Good evening! We're back! I'm back. I made it. We're here. It's another stream. It's another day. I skipped one recently. I didn't really say anything about it, and that was kind of sad because I've been fatigued. But now we're back, and I'm gonna be going at it harder than ever. All right. And it's gonna be a good time, and I'm very, very, very excited. Yeah. So, hello, hi everyone. We have news to work through today. We have things to talk about. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine, McBurns. You take all the time you need. But we have some stuff to talk about. Namely, we have a disagreement I had with Mr. SDL on Twitter. Socialism done left. And I'm going to talk about that. We talked about immortality and if that's a good thing or not. And we'll get into that. Hello, mate. Top of the morning to you. Hello. But yeah, we're going to be going into that. I have some philosophical and, general beliefs about how that would pan out, which makes me think it's not a good thing. But we'll get into that. Aside from that and general news stories, we also have an interesting document that got leaked that I'd like to talk about, which is pertaining to the GOP plan for how they're going to take care of trans people. Take care in the way that, Nazis took care of, their victims. So that's interesting. It's this 900-page document that we're going to get into, and it's got some shit. It's definitely got some shit in there. So it's going to be very enlightening though. I've had a look through it, and it is pretty it's pretty straightforward and open about what it is and what they want to achieve. Yeah, 900 pages. 900 pages of basically evil plan. It is what this is, right? Like, that's what it boils down to, and we'll be getting into that. So yeah, let's kick it off. So we should let's start with some news. I think we should kick things off with a somewhat positive, at least. So let's have a look at this. We have a great development, a fantastic occurrence in the Latin American world, with Mexico finally decriminalizing abortion, extending Latin American trend of widening access to procedure. So this is great, although there are some stipulations, i.e. that some Mexican states are actually still prohibiting it, but they will, if it goes to trial, the judge will have to listen to what the federal legislation is. So this is good. This is probably there's probably still gonna be issues with, accessing an abortion in places where it's, not like socially accepted, or in more conservative areas where you might have less doctors who are eager to actually do that. But if people do want to escalate it to a court level, then they can, and it will help. So here we are. Mexico Supreme Court threw out all federal criminal penalties for abortion Wednesday, ruling that national laws prohibiting the procedure are unconstitutional and violate women's rights in a sweeping decision that extended Latin America's trend of widening abortion access. So this is pretty great. You love to see it. Mexican, people who can get pregnant. Big W for them. Big W for Mexicans in general. And it's a positive change to see. It's also pretty funny that you have America constantly being like, we're so much better, and then them like gradually getting rid of the rights that now Mexicans are actually able to have. It's a kind of an ironic situation now. No, you don't care how dangerous Mexico is, you're built different. Well, I mean, I think it depends on where you are, right? There are probably areas of Mexico that are no more dangerous than, like, fucking, regular America, I assume that the degree of, like, out of controlness of what's going on in Mexico is a bit of an exaggeration. You know, I know it gets bad there, and especially in some places where there is like, you know, especially strong, you know, like cartel presence, that it can get bad. But I do not believe that that's how it is everywhere there. So find a nice place in Mexico, go get all the abortions you want, and you'll be fine. Mexico should invade the USA instead. True, true. They can finally bring rationality to those, you know, those fucking what are they called? Barbarians. There we are. That's the term. We have another pardon me. Another W. I love to hit you with it. So we are going to get some bad news later on, but let's you know, wet our palate with something nice. California judge halts district policy. Pardon me, Jesus Christ. Requiring parents to be told if kids change pronouns. This is fantastic. This is very good. One of the pillars of the advocacy that I talk about is, you know, extending children's rights to, you know, be treated like humans, and to not be, you know, kind of, not to kind of exist at the whim of, you know, their parents' beliefs, which is what happens if you don't respect their, you know, personal choices like changing their pronouns. So, here we are, let's have a look. A judge on Wednesday halted a Southern California school district from requiring parents to be notified if their children change their gender identification or pronouns at school. Yeah, I believe if you have a look at the Californian voter map, there's like one area down south, down the south of California, obviously, where they are somewhat conservative, and I assume that's probably happening there, if I recall correctly. San Bernardino County Superior Court Judge Thomas S. Garza ruled after the California attorney, oh Jesus, so many fucking names, for adopting a policy requiring schools to tell, yeah, okay, yeah. So that's pretty much that. I've already summed up, really. This is great though. It's a good thing you love to see. It's kind of concerning because in America, obviously, this is this is going to be a very, you know, isolated benefit to the Californians. But then again, you know, that is the biggest state, if I recall correctly. So that is a pretty big and important win. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Inshallah, we all become Mexican Americans. I wish you the best. Okay, cheers to that. Cheers to that. So you love to see it. Frankly, this is a great development. You know, fucking great for LGBT Californian kids. And you know, I'm quite happy to, you know, see it occur. Let's have a look at this. Now, there's a name. Okay, wait, here we are. There's a name. Okay, if you say the name to a British person, they're gonna get really scared. Okay, and the name is it's pretty spooky. So brace yourself, because I'm about to mention it. All right. Birmingham. Birmingham has apparently been taken, has been brought to its brink. I know, it's terrifying, right, McBladens? So here we are. Oopsie daisy, it's a big old window. An equal pay claim took down Britain's second biggest city. Others are on the brink. So this is a bit of a confusing title, and it left me a little bit befuddled for an amount of time. But let's see, I'm not sure if they laid it out here. So here we are, yeah. So the original case, this was in 2012, was brought on by 174 former council employees, all except 4 of whom were women. So basically it was a bunch of people who worked for the city of Birmingham, and they were basically saying, hey, we've not been receiving equal pay, we've been, you know, we've been receiving less bonuses than our male counterparts, we've been, you know, we've been treated unfairly, and we want to get our money back. And because they legally can, because in Birmingham you can be like, hey, I'm pretty sure in England generally there's stuff where you can have, you know, options for compensation for things, and this is one of those things. So basically they did that, and now the sum that they've racked up to after being you know, done in for this, being sued. I'm not sure if this counts as being sued. Oh no, it's just an outstanding legal bill. Well, okay, but yeah. So it's good to see. It's good to see. Hi, Salted. How you doing? But yeah. So these people, they tried to get money, and now the city's gone broke because they can't afford to pay them all back because it's gone into the billions. And now they're saying they don't have any other choice, which isn't very good. I saw a socialist outlet, a socialist English outlet, trying to say that they should have, that they can't blame that bill for making them go broke, but also it's them having to pay like £1 billion. It's not really surprising that they're not going to be able to, financially sustain that. That's a pretty hefty cost for a city to take on. Um, but yeah, people need their money, so it's kind of a tough issue. Really, this money should probably be coming from the English national government if Birmingham isn't able to afford it themselves. And but I'm also not sure how much leveraging powers cities have to really be like, hey, give us money, we need it to function, or else we're fucked, and then by extension, you're also fucked. Okay, so that's that. Birmingham, big, yet another, oopsie daisy. Yet another L, unfortunately. Very sad, very, very, very sad. So another occurrence we have in present politics and happenings is something that you might see in a very annoying Marxist-Leninist wet dream. So this is something that's been happening recently, and this is just something talking about it. Putin's reaching out to Kim Jong-un is a desperate move and potentially a dangerous one. Yikes. Right? Reports that North Korea's dictator Kim Jong-un may visit Russia soon to visit Vladimir Putin, probably to discuss the supply of North Korean weapons for Putin's war in Ukraine, point to a rather remarkable transformation of Russian-North Korean relations. During the Cold War, North Korea was Moscow's key ally in Northeast Asia, but at that time, the North Koreans were, at best, poor supplicants to a mighty superpower. Today, Kim's hermit kingdom stands tall and proud as Russia's partner in crime. Uh-oh. It's like the two, like, worst dudes on the planet. Like, the worst, like, most, like, some of the most powerful, shittiest people. And they're like, you know what? We could combine powers and be, like, extra shitty. We could be shitty times 2. Kim Jong-un has no power on the international stage. It's hilarious how little North Korea matters. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the same way about, like, Russia at this point, right? Like, they're kind of eating shit. They're not really doing very well, and now they're just gonna both try and, like, eat shit together and kind of save themselves somehow. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it'll go. Really, I feel like crashing and burning is inevitable, but the question is, how are they going to crash and burn? Russia has nuclear capacity? Yeah, they do, but yeah, how is that gonna go when shit gets really bad? Because they're not gonna use that until it does, right? They're not going to go there until they absolutely have to, because that is the leverage that they have. So if they do use it, then they're kind of fucked, right? They've kind of blown their load already. Okay. The evil orange man continues to also kind of eat shit, unfortunately for him. Trump is liable in a second E. Jean Carroll defamation case, judge rules. January trial will determine damages. A federal judge ruled that the jury hearing E. Jean Carroll's defamation lawsuit will only need to decide how much money Donald Trump will have to pay her, after the judge found the former president was liable for making defamatory statements. The finding is a significant blow to Trump, who is facing numerous indictments and civil lawsuits, many of them coming to a head as he embarks on a presidential campaign. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't feel like a significant blow because they don't give a shit anymore, and these people have a persecution complex, and if anything, that's going to solidify his current basis or, like, views already. But it does mean that he's going to be, even less liked than he was before. I believe if we take a look at the polling, I think he'll have been going down more. But let's have a look at that, actually. Let's see if we can... Oh, interesting. Okay, all right. Let's take a look at this, folks. So this is 538, the polling site that we typically use here. And if we take a look, so this is the day of the this is around when the debates were. I want to say the debates were on the 27th, which is when we see this at the bottom. And then it rises right back up again, and he immediately makes up for the ground that he lost from that. Okay, let's see how the others are doing. DeSantis, very slight gain there. He went from 14.6 to 15.7, which isn't really very significant. How do they measure the support? This is just by polling. I assume they do phone banking and stuff, like they call people and they ask them questions. But yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, I'm pretty sure they do disclose methodology somewhere, but I'm not sure about the specifics of it. Yeah, they do probably just poll people all the time. Remember when DeSantis was a semi-serious candidate? I mean, he is still the like most serious other candidate, but he's just he is just like the bottom of the barrel, right? Like that is just them not really like having any other option and kind of just taking what they can get, which is just the state of the Republican Party at the moment. You know, they do not have anything going for them, and they don't really have you know, any tricks left up their sleeve after Trump kind of failed to pull the one trick out, which was, you know, finally you know, overthrowing American democracy. So now they're just kind of fumbling, you know, like they're trying to, first of all, they have to figure out a new strategy, which isn't that, which they've been kind of gradually doing. You can see like bits of pieces of that occurring. Yeah, how does this look in the Democratic Party? That's a great question. Let's take a look. Democratic polling 538. But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say probably everyone else is eating shit apart from Joe. But let's, yeah. Okay. Wow. This is fucking oof. Oof. Okay, so we have Joe Biden at 64%. I'm looking particularly smashing today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And the only other candidate we have there is Kennedy. I assume there's just nobody else running at the moment. It's pretty interesting. Kennedy's only got 3% less than DeSantis, which kind of makes me reconsider how unseriously I'm going to view DeSantis, because I don't know. I don't view Kennedy with like the slightest possibility of you know, like faith at all, right? We'll see. But yeah, no, he's fucked. The only way that Kennedy could get anywhere is if he became a Republican. You know, Kennedy is making the opposite of the mistake that that I think Mike Pence is making. You know, Kennedy's being too out there and too silly and too all over the place, and Mike Pence, and therefore he can't be in the Democratic Party. And Mike Pence is being too reserved and he's being too held back and too careful, and therefore he doesn't really belong in the Republican Party. He could just function as like a conservative Democrat, and he'd like get along better at this point, because at least like Democrats like care about democracy. Wish it was Leon instead of the schmuck. Which Leon are we talking about? Which Leon are we talking about? I'm not sure I've kept up that. This election is kind of soft. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just what happens when you do have a president in power who's doing kind of okay and everyone else kind of sucks, you know? It just is like that. And also, you know, if a president does well during their first term, then, you know, that you kind of often have elections where it's kind of like, okay, we're gonna do this one, we're gonna play along, but really there's probably not much chance it's gonna change. Oh. I just listened to 30 minutes of his Joe Rogan episode, and he is such a whack job. Yeah. The only way Kennedy can get anywhere is if Joe Biden gets Minecrafted. Even if Joe Biden gets Minecrafted, it's not gonna be Kennedy. I don't know. I don't see a reality in which Kennedy does get anywhere, but I don't know. If Joe Biden does die, what's going to happen? Because obviously Kamala Harris doesn't have a chance. Nobody likes Kamala. Like, let's be real, she fucking sucks, and she has, like, no charisma. She's got nothing going for her. She's not entertaining. She's not built for it. Yeah. Hey Max, can I come on during the immortality thing? Perhaps. We'll see. I would like to argue with somebody about that, really. I wouldn't mind if I could have someone on who I could argue with. I'm not sure. I saw that Logan, who I'm quite good friends with, retweeted SDL's response to me, which I was a little bit insulted by. So maybe I'll reach out to them and ask them to talk to me about it. But yeah, so that's pretty interesting to see. It seems like things are probably gonna be okay. I don't really see Trump getting elected. But then again, you know, that's what everyone thought in 2016. So let's see. We'll wait and see, and we'll find out when it happens. It would be funny if we had a second Kennedy situation. It would, right? It also that wouldn't even be the second. That would be the third, because RF Kennedy, his dad, who was a politician, I believe it was his dad, got killed. He got assassinated as well. So. You wish to argue with Logan? Oh, well, I mean, if Logan's coming on, I'm going to argue with them, unfortunately. I'm taking that one on. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll reach out to him. I was hoping I could get big SDL to to come on, but unfortunately that didn't quite pan out, shockingly. Let's move on. So we have another occurrence, and it's a headline that starts with the most concerning pair of words. Florida man arrested after trying to cross Atlantic in hamster wheel, a hamster wheel vessel, in fact. So this is something that blew up a little bit on Twitter, but I don't think anybody saw that it was from Florida man. So let's have a look. Oh, it's by Max Matzer. It's my my first name family member. Actually, wait, I don't want to claim every Max. I take that back. A Florida man was arrested after trying to run to London across the Atlantic Ocean in a homemade vessel resembling a hamster wheel, which is fucking awesome. First of all, okay, I can't even shit on this that hard. I kind of respect it. It's kind of awesome. Maximilien Robespierre. True. The US Coast Guard intercepted Reza Belushi about 70 miles, 110 kilometers. Holy shit! That's really fucking far. What the fuck? Off Tybee Island, Georgia, on 26th of August. Officials say that the 44-year-old marathon runner... Okay. No shit, okay, Jesus Christ. Refused to leave the vessel for 3 days. Mr. Belushi has tried 3 similar voyages before, all of which ended in Coast Guard intervention. The makeshift contraption he was using was shaped as a wheel, with paddles that are designed to propel it forward as the wheel revolves. Mabel Pines coded, honestly, you can definitely play devil's advocate, first Imperial Japan and now SDL. All right, chances. Don't calm, okay? Let's keep it civil. Based on the condition of the vessel, which was afloat as a result of wiring and buoys, U.S. Coast Guard officers determined Belushi was conducting a manifestly unsafe voyage? Unsafe? Had these people never had fun before? Officials said that he refused to step off the vessel and threatened to kill himself. That's a gamer move right there. That's what we call that. He also claimed that he had a bomb on board, according to court papers. On the 1st of September, he eventually surrendered and abandoned his vessel after being brought to the Coast Guard base in Miami. Officials later determined the bomb had been fake. I cannot believe that. I am in shock. He is now facing federal charges of obstruction of a boarding and violation of the captain of the port order. What the fuck is a captain of the port order? That sounds like intense. What does this mean? A COTP may order a vessel to anchor or to await repair of critical equipment. Okay. Okay, so they can basically be like, "Oh, you stop," and you have to stop. Okay, interesting. So yeah, that's a kind of a W, kind of an L. It's quite a mix. It's a little bit confusing, but it's kind of awesome as well. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got a little bit of everything. The bomb is to boost him. Okay, he's just like playing a cartoonish video game that we all used to play. Yeah, he's playing Flying Piggies, that Angry Birds game where you could like craft shit and it would like move around and it would get you across the level. He's playing that in real life, okay? And I kind of respect it. All right? I kind of respect it. Let's talk about a more a more dire version of that story, of somebody trying to cross the ocean. But this is got a slightly different tone to it. So, oh no. Hold on, folks. Wait. There we are. And whoosh, and whoosh. Okay. 14 days across the Atlantic, perched on a ship's rudder. So I think this is worth talking about because I feel that with these sorts of issues, this is talking about a migrant crossing the ocean. I feel like with these sorts of issues, it's easy to become disconnected. You know, we see these articles, week after week, another boat sunk, another 100 or almost 1,000 people dead or whatever, and it happens again and again and again and again, and it becomes easy to kind of disconnect, right? So let's have a look at this and try and get some proper insight into how that can be. 4 Nigerian stowaways set out for Europe on the rudder of a tanker. They had no idea that they were bound for Brazil, and a 2-week ocean voyage that would nearly kill them. A little after midnight on 27th of June, Roman Ebermain Friday gathered the food he'd been collecting for a few months and set out in the dark for a large commercial port in the city of Lagos, Nigeria. Earlier that day, Friday had spotted a 620-foot tanker docked at the port and decided that it would be the ship to deliver him to Europe. Did Verne write this article? Who? Jules Verne? Friday was aiming for the tanker's rudder, the only accessible point on its massive hull for a person who wasn't supposed to be aboard. It's a sequel. Yeah, it's like a kind of more like sad, horrible sequel. So, yeah, and this is what we have. This is what it looks like. You might have seen there was one image that was on the internet, which I think I posted about, or I talked about this on stream, I believe, at one point. It's this one where they talked about finding these people. So they won. They tried and failed to find comfortable positions. Very shocking. Very shocking. The way I said Roman Ebermain physically hurt me. Get fucked. Don't care, frankly. I'm sorry. I don't have the time to research every name on stream, okay? It's gonna slow things down. So surprisingly, they had a hard time getting comfortable, especially as this thing was moving, obviously, as they were going. It can be hard to understand from the outside what drives a person to risk their life on a rudder or a rickety boat across the Mediterranean, but the decision comes easy when you have almost lost hope. Or already lost hope, in fact, Friday said. In Nigeria, there are no jobs, no money, and no way for me to feed my younger brother and my mother, he said. I am the firstborn, and my father died 20 years ago, so I should be taking care of my family, but I cannot. Instead, he had spent 3 years living on and off in the street of Lagos, trying to find work. Each day in Nigeria was a gauntlet of crime and sin, he said. People fighting, killing each other, terrorists attacking, kidnappers. I want a brighter future than that. So, yeah, and they keep going. I think at one point they end up running out of food. Jesus Christ, this is the distance they went. Fucking A. That must have been horrible. So this is on day 5. It seems they run out of food. Oh no, here we are. They have food still, but it's very rationed out. Their stomachs ache. They try to remain vigilant and not fall in. Because I mean, I feel like on this you would just kind of, you get tired and fatigued and hungry, and then eventually your body would give up and you'd pass out and fall off and probably die in the ocean. Especially if you're falling off a boat like that size, the kind of currents behind it can kind of suck you under and murder you if there are propellers in there. So not good. This is, I think, the start of a climate refugee crisis. It's not the start; it's been going, but yeah, it's continuing to get worse as we speak. On day 12, sick from salty ocean water, one of the other men began to vomit from the side of a rudder block. He was looking straight into the water and vomiting. Friday said he had no strength to hold himself. He was about to fall. I was the only person who had the strength left, and I had to grab a hold of him. Will I ever post YouTube videos? Love my post on Twitter. Thank you very much, first of all. Second of all, I have my VODs. My VODs are like mainly the thing that you can reference back to if you're trying to watch a YouTube video. But yeah, I will probably make YouTube, have my shit cut into YouTube videos eventually. But I gotta pay an editor for that. And I recently paid an editor for something, and it was good the first time, and then I paid them again, and then it was awful the second time, even though I paid more. So I'm gonna get back into it again once I have the money. But yeah, no, I will be making some. But if you want more content from me, just feel free to check the VODs, because I do also have the timestamps and everything. You'd be willing to edit the occasional vid? That would be great. Yeah, I feel bad doing it without paying someone. I don't really have the money for that though, so we'll wait a little bit. What the ocean gave him on the 13th day of voyage was a whale. Oh, that's nice. The first time in my life I have seen such a thing, he said, laughing at the memory. If I had told anyone at home I had seen a whale, they will say I'm lying. But I sat on the rudder and saw a whale. I forgot I was hungry and thirsty. I watched the whale, and it was like watching creation. A holy moment. That's really beautiful, actually. That's nice. Like, among all the horrible shit. Good evening, Mia. Nice to have you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're okay. I'm glad you're here. Dude should have eaten the whale if he was hungry. True. If these immigrants are really suffering, why aren't they eating whales? Why aren't they doing it? Why, like, what the hell? What the hell? What's going on there? So this is the 14th day, the last day, I believe. As the first light appeared on the horizon on day 14 of the voyage, Friday was back on the edge of the rudder, staring into the distance when he felt the ship's mighty engines begin to slow. Then, in the dim light in the distance, he saw what looked like land, then buildings, and then a boat. The Ken wave was stopping off the coast to take on a fresh crew, and the resupply boat spotted the men. Do you know where you are? Came a shout. Friday tried to shout back that he had no idea, but his throat was too dry. The boat left. Then 2 hours later, in the clearer light, a police dinghy appeared. An officer stretched out a bottle of water to Friday. "You are in Brazil," he said. Safely back on dry land, the migrants used borrowed phones to call their families. Friday and Yeye's two fellow migrants, William and Zizi, decided to take up an offer of returning directly to Nigeria. Friday and Yeye decided to make Brazil their home. "We are joyful to be here," Yeye said. "It is a new beginning." They will likely face challenges. Migrants have automatic rights to healthcare and other benefits in Brazil. Let's go! Let's go! Brazil W? Is this a Lula W? Is this pre-Lula? I'm not sure, but you love to see it. But African migrants often face racism and struggle to find well-paid work. Okay, but overall, thank God, this is a nice story, kind of. It's horrible, right? It is horrible, and it is depressing that they had to go through that. While trying to find somewhere better. But at least they got there, and at least they didn't get immediately sent back, because you have thousands and thousands of stories like this of people trying to get to Europe, going through horrible experiences, and then being caught and then deported back to whichever country they're from, which is often a place that they escaped for a reason, and then they end up being fucked over, and they're already economically struggling. Perhaps there are political reasons behind it, etc. Can we get the whale on the stream instead of some losers? He'd be an interesting person for you to talk to. Curious. I will consider it. Thank you. It's good that he ended up in that place, but no, not that the journey, not that is the journey he had to take to get there. Agreed. Yeah, the journey was a bit fucked, but healthcare and them being generally taken care of is a very good thing, and I love that they had the option to return to Nigeria, or they could also stay. I think that's how it should be. You know, you should read up on North Korea's illegal border crossings. Jesus Christ! We should do that. Yeah, I'm nearly through with the news. I think once we get through all my stuff, then we can kind of branch out and we'll do some little funky news shit. But let's work through what I've got for now. So we have two big wins here, two big legal wins again for the left and for people who are normal and not evil. Proud Boy convicted of helping spearhead Capitol riot ties January 6th sentence record with 18 years. Woo! Yes! Based! Fuck that guy. So this is we have two guys who this happened to. We have for one we have Enrique Tarrio, it's just who this fella's t-shirt is talking about, who was the former leader of the Proud Boys. He I believe he was still the de facto leader, like he basically was, but he stepped down, and I think either this guy or a different guy kind of took over, but it was more for like legal reasons, like when an organization starts being done in by the cops and then they start taking people out of positions who are people who are criminals and are being investigated or whatever. Biden blast! Woo! We got him. You love to see it. I'm just chuffed, honestly. Like this, because people are such doomers about shit, and I understand entirely. I get it. It's hard not to be. But also this kind of shit keeps on happening. Trump keeps on getting fucking further indictments and further his criminal cases keep stacking up. There is hope to be had here. It is not all bad. I think we should reserve a decent degree of confidence in our in the American legal system. So that's pretty good. But he did everything right. Everything was perfect. It was so good. And then they indicted him. Oh no. It's terrible. They got him. Okay, we're getting to a press the Obama button. You want the Obama button? Obama. There we are. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna get to something some bad news again, unfortunately, some pretty depressing news, and it's a thumbnail / title topic that I have in there, and you just came. Thank you, Mia. Thank you. Good job. Woo, Mia. Yeah, nice job, dude. W. Okay, so what we're gonna be talking about now is a pretty horrible thing. Now, this is interesting because we've been talking about this for a while, and that thing that we've been talking about is how exactly are the Republicans going to fuck over trans people, and what exactly is going to be their method, because it's felt a little bit all over the place, to some degree, with some things, but now we have a real document that just lays shit out pretty directly. So this is Project 2025, and it's called, ironically, the Presidential Transition Project. And it's not about the president getting estrogen, I'm afraid. So this is also the title of it is Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, and then the subtitle's Project 2025. Let's read what they say here. A coalition of powerful conservative organizations have put together a 900-plus page playbook that maps out their strategy to enact the sweeping "Don't Say Gay" policy that will eradicate queer and trans lives and destroy democracy if given power. We can't let them. This isn't also I read this initially, and I read the don't say gay policy thing, and I kind of dismissed it because it's like that's like a Florida thing and it doesn't seem like it's that wide. But I read further and it seems concerning. Most people aren't aware of Project 2025 or its playbook Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, but you need to be. In stark terms, Project 2025 reveals the Conservatives' plan to enact a sweeping don't say gay policy that will effectively blot out all LGBTQ content on the internet, as well as any published material with LGBTQ content, no matter how benign. Project 2025 is a coalition of prominent conservative organizations that includes the Claremont Institute, Alliance Defending Freedom, Family Research Council, Hillsdale College, Heritage Foundation, Freedom Works, American Legislative Exchange Council, American Principles Project, and dozens of others. The organization's goal is to lay out a first 180 days agenda for the next administration and to recruit conservatives to fill positions within the federal government appointed by the executive branch. The Mandate for Leadership is a 920-page document that details how the Republican administration will implement radical and sweeping changes to the entirety of government. This blueprint assumes that the next president will be able to play to rule by fiat under the unitary executive theory, which posits that the president has the power to control the entire federal executive branch. So, you know, clearly anti-democracy. It's also based on the premise that the next president will implement Schedule F, which allows the president to fire any federal employee who has policy-making authority and replace them with a presidential appointee who is not voted on in the Senate. Oh, fuck. This is, like, really bad. This is, like, the handbook to creating a fascist society. The document is basic. I mean, this is like I want to know again, like gradually replacing the components, the controlling components of the government is how Hitler got in. Like this is yeah, literal Hitler blast. This is what they're doing. They're following that guidebook. This is why Americans need to learn more about Hitler and how he rose to power, because I feel like a lot of people, especially non-Germans, have the perspective that people were just maybe kind of evil. And therefore they voted for the evil guy. But in Germany, we're taught a very complex history of how people, you know, were kind of, you know, like fucked over and angry. And that's when, you know, populists kind of have the opportunity to take that anger and concentrate it on something else, right? So I and this is like very, very clearly reflected in this. The document is basically a wish list for social conservatives and megacorporations. The business wish list calls for eliminating federal agencies, stripping those that remain of regulatory power, and deregulating industries. The president would directly manage and influence the Department of Justice and FBI cases, which would allow him to pursue criminal cases against political enemies. Environmental law would be gutted. Also, the allow him to pursue criminal cases against political enemies thing. This is interesting because I feel like they've been, you know, conservatives have been using this talking point more and more, obviously, especially since the Trump arrest. But even before that, they had kind of introduced this concept of being like, the libs want to come for you. They want to persecute you, and they want to go against their political enemies. And I believe that's probably just them setting this up so people can, you know, be like, oh, we wouldn't do that. You're just saying that because we said that we would do. You're just saying that because we said that you're doing that to us. You know, this is a pretty, you know, pretty common, you know, thing that like fascists do is they accuse the other person of what they're guilty of. Time to stand, Seppuku, please. The libs want to what for me? I don't know what I said, unfortunately, anymore, I'm afraid. The social conservative wish list calls for ending abortion, diversity and inclusion efforts, protections for LGBTQ people, and most importantly, banning any and all LGBTQ content. In fact, the mandate... Okay, Mia, okay. In fact, the mandate for leadership makes eradicating LGBTQ people from public life its top priority. Its number one promise is to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Protect our children. That's the 3 words that we might be familiar with in this chat. Eh? You know, I mean, I don't know if that's actually in the old 14 words here, but it's pretty close. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. I don't know. When people say it like that, when they talk about it like that, I don't know. It feels like that to me. It feels very suspicious. I'm gonna protect all 14 of my kids. You should. You should be. It's important. The queers are coming for them. Its number one promise is to restore the family's centerpiece of American life and protect our children. They are explicit in how they plan to do so, as you'll see in the paragraph below. They plan to proceed by declaring any and all LGBTQ content to be pornographic in nature. This is interesting, right? Because we've seen this be gradually introduced as kind of a thought. Because you can tell with the kind of the Republican, how do we call it? The Republican device, their kind of system, you know, they plant the seeds for certain beliefs, you know, they kind of coax them in, you know, and then they you know, hammer in on it more and more as people get more and more used to it, you know. We see this with everything, and we saw it especially with this as well, with them you know, gradually calling gay stuff and specifically trans stuff exclusively pornographic. Pornography, manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot, inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce it and distribute it should be outlawed. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders. And telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. Oh, fucking yikes, right? Like this kind of method, you know, this kind of method of treating everything a certain group does as inherently criminal is, you know, is kind of a pretty historically existing thing of, you know, one of the steps towards genocide. Yeah. So this is also maybe where Michael Knowles got the phrase to eradicate transgenderism from public life. It wouldn't surprise me. So we do have the document. Actually, we do have it we do have it here, and we can kind of take a look and you know, see if there's anything that kind of sticks out to us. So here we are. We've got the mandate for leadership, the conservative promise, and it is 920 pages. So do not worry, we will not be reading it in full. But I do think it's worth taking a look at. You know, just kind of getting the outlines of it. So we have the table of contents here. They really went all out. They fucking did. They fucking did. Authors might be interesting. We should have a look at that and see if there's any names that we recognize, or maybe we can look the people up and see what they did. So section 1 is already got an insane name, right? Taking the reins of the government. Like, that's not something like a party in any like democratic state you know, should be saying. Okay, Hitler, right? Literally, right? Like that's what it fucking feels like. Here we are, the common defense. I assuming this is them talking about how to take the reins of everything else, and they're just not explicitly saying it in every other thing. You know, they want to take over the DoD, the Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, intelligence community. They literally are just fascists. Very clearly so. Very, very clearly so, right? Like they're not holding back at all. Talking about how to, you know, take over the economy. To fully fucking wipe it out as much as possible. I did one word search on here, which was human rights, because I was kind of curious if they would say anything about human rights, because I felt like it was unlikely. Yeah. So I saw some things. Let's see. There was one thing that I found which I found kind of funny. Oh wait, here we are. Wait, let's see what's this here. International organizations should not be used to promote radical social policies as if they were human rights priorities. Doing so undermines actual human rights and weakens US credibility abroad. The next administration should use its voice, influence, votes, and funding for international organizations to promote authentic human rights and respect the sovereignty based on the binding international obligations contained in treaties that have been constitutionally ratified by the US government. Oh no. So they wanna say promote real human rights, or in other words, demote the fake ones, the transes and the gays. Whose document is this? Is this the GOP's manifesto or a specific candidate? This is a political strategy document produced by a bunch of right-wing think tanks. This is not produced specifically by a pundit or anything. The radical left never talks about my human right to not interact with trans people. True. They need to do that. Where's my human rights to commit genocide? You know, when can I do that? Okay, when do I get a chance? Let's have a look. I saw there was an authors section. We can see. Okay. It doesn't seem like there's anything. Lindsay Burke? Oh, she's the director of the Center for Education Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Okay. We also have, hold on, I'll show you. We have Darren Baxt, Deputy Director, Center for Energy and Development and Senior Fellow at Competitive Enterprise Institute. Yeah, I don't see anything, too noteworthy here. Gene Hamilton. America First Legal Foundation. Okay, that makes sense. Jennifer Hazelton, Senior Strategic Consultant for the DoD. Yeah, Jonathan Berry is a very whimsical name. Absolutely. Super whimsical. Okay, so, yeah. I'm gonna probably take more of a look at this document in my free time and read through it and see if there's anything I can find, anything, you know, worth talking about. I'll probably post about it on Twitter if I do find anything. So don't worry, you'll be the first to know. So we've made it, folks. We made it through the news section. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Good job, everybody. Very proud of you. So that's great. We did it. We finished it. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna move on to a little discussion I had, and oh my god, lava lamp. Oh, it's kind of working now. Kind of. It was like, I don't know. It seems pretty fucked up. Okay, we finished. We're not finished. Don't worry. We got more in the tank. But we did make it through the news section. Fucked up cat pillow. I know. It's not actually that fucked up. It's just at an angle, so it looks fucked up. You're gonna drink the lava lamp juice? No. Mia. I'm not having my mod die in like the first 3 weeks of me streaming, okay? We have to go a little bit longer than that. We didn't finish. We got... Shut up. Okay. Okay, so we have a we have a couple tweets here to talk about. So there is somebody on Twitter by the name of Cheer. I'm not sure who that is. I don't follow them. I've never really seen them before. But they're followed by a fair few people I know. Who tweeted out, "Living forever would suck," in quotes, and then they said, "You are depressed." And then SDL responded with this. "Living forever is extremely based. People romanticize death or pretend that a soul exists." There's your treat, Rizabel. "To cope with the brutal fact that you and everyone you love are stuck in slowly failing bodies. Humanity can and should attack and dethrone death." Bad take. Yeah, so Mr. SCL said that, and you know, I took a look at it, and I did my little early morning tweets. This was right after I'd woken up, so the wording is a bit scuffed as well. unfortunately. But I responded saying this. Oopsie daisy. Hold on. Here we are. Worst SDL take ever just dropped. The temporal nature of things is good. I meant the temporal nature of life. I shouldn't have said things. And then I said stuff shouldn't last forever. And that's okay. I said tune into my stream so I can explain to you fuckers why you're wrong, which is what we're doing here. What we're doing now. Am I ready for the hot take? SDL's right? Okay, we'll have a look at that. We'll talk about it, okay? And then SDL responded to me saying, oopsie daisy. An apple is not tastier because it rots. And it ratioed the shit out of me, unfortunately. Also, he's got 88 times the followers that I do, so I think it's, oh wait, not 88. Oopsie daisy, that's the wrong number. 80, pardon me. 80 times the followers that I've got. He said, an apple is not tastier because it rots. A life is not better because it ends. You may live twice as long as your ancestors did. Is your life more devoid of meaning than theirs? And I said twice as long is not immortality. Immortality is an inherently flawed concept. If you were the one who had it, life would be punctuated by if you were the only one who had it, life would be punctuated by increasingly less significant events as you watch everyone you love die again and again and again. And then secondly, if everyone were immortal, you'd create a stagnated society. We know that old people are more stubborn and change their minds less, and allowing for the cycle of death, life and death removes that from afflicting us to the degree that it would if old people never died. It would ruin everything. So, yeah, I'd like to elaborate on this a little bit. I'd like to elaborate on my argument here. So there's like a list, okay? There's a list in my head of all the reasons that immortality would be a terrible thing, okay? Let me hit you with it. Let me go through it, okay? So, first of all, top of the list, the way that the world is going right now. Climate change, right? It's becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Summer is worse every year. I don't enjoy it personally. At some point, it is just too warm and it is just unbearable. And obviously you could exist and you could take care of that, and you could find solutions to it. But ultimately, if you exist forever, those solutions will eventually falter, and then you'll be exposed to immense suffering as a consequence, right? So you would be you'd be struggling in that regard. If you were the only one who had it, obviously, yeah, it would be terrible. You'd watch people die constantly. If you weren't the only one who had it, it would also be probably terrible, because if it did exist, it would exist in probably a limited capacity. It would probably, skyrocket inequality, for one, because it would probably be only accessible to people either in, in well-developed countries, or people who are like wealthy enough for it. So that would be an issue. And then if we're saying that like everyone had immortality, that would suck as well, right? Like I personally, I don't want to live among people who were born in the 1920s. Like I don't want them like saying what we need to do now when they're people who grew up and their values were defined by what happened like 80 years ago. Like that doesn't make sense. That's why we need death. Right? You look at any generational progress chart. Look at any generational approval of socialism. Disapproval of racism, etc., etc., etc. The more you go on, the more that like the next generation comes and they see like how the previous generation responded, the more progressive people get. We need death for that, right? That's the most compelling argument. Thank you. And also, overpopulation would become an issue, for sure, right? Because people don't want to stop having kids, like a lot of people don't. It has gone down significantly, but there are still people who do want to have kids. And then you would have, increasingly more people, and eventually it would become unsustainable, especially as the climate crisis continues to worsen and, other countries that are also economically less viable, continue to struggle. And it just becomes worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You don't want to play football forever, yeah. And then also, okay, let's keep on going with the hypothetical. You're immortal, everyone's immortal, and climate change happens, everything gets worse, everything gets unbearably hot. Eventually, the sun's gonna blow up, right? Or something's probably gonna happen to the Earth before that. I don't know what. Probably something, though. Like at some point in the next, thousands or millions of years or something before that. And then you're going to be in immense pain, struggling there. You think SDO is making a philosophical argument about what makes life meaningful? Yeah, but that's like he said living forever is extremely based. Like I mean, it's like it's a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry, it just is. It's just stupid. Like, and also, he said an apple is not tastier because it rots. A life is not better because it ends. I'm not sure I fully. I'm not sure I fully. I don't know. I think everything kind of has like a. Everything needs movement. Everything needs development. You know, everything needs like change every now and then. Nothing stays the same forever. Like nothing, right? And that's probably good. I don't know. To me, this kind of rejection of that outright, it suggests like a fear of like limitation. You know, when I think that's it's okay. You know, I like it's to me it's a if a pet lives and it's like, you know, got a life expectancy of maybe 16 years on average, and it dies at like 19, had a happy life, I'm not gonna be like, no, why? This is horrible. I'm gonna be like, oh, okay. It had a nice life, you know. It's a shame it's gone now, but it had a nice life, you know, enjoyed itself, and now it's done, you know. And sometimes you just want to be done as well. Like, have you talked to people who are like that age, like when they're in their, you know, 90s and hundreds or whatever? And I know it's also going to be a byproduct of them, you know, not really having their bodies kind of being less functional and stuff. But a lot of people aren't happy there, you know, like they don't want to keep going forever and ever and ever. Eventually, you can tell people kind of get tired, right? And then immortality, if it were to exist, would be, you know, torturous for those people. But yeah, I think just in all senses, immortality is just a terribly flawed thing. And we don't want that, really, I don't think. We should want to increase life expectancy, sure. I think that would be fine. And I think we should do that, and we do that. But immortality is not something that you should want, I don't think. Like, it seems like a bad idea. I don't know. I just don't see the point in it, really. You know, to me, it feels egotistical as well. Also, to like the coming generations that you would lock out of existence by populating a planet for like thousands of years, you know? Like, I don't know, don't they deserve a chance to have a planet for themselves and not have it dominated by people who are largely like hundreds of years older than them? I don't know. I just think it would be shitty. I don't think it would be nice. And also, like, think about like the ego that old people already have, you know? Think about when you like talk to like you're like riding your bike on the street or something, and there's some old man there, and he's like driving super slowly, and you overtake him, and then he gets angry at you because he's incapable of seeing when he's wrong, and then you look at him and you go, and he like gives you some shit about how you got to respect your elders. Imagine that man was 700 years old. Imagine the fucking ego he'd have on him then, you know? Like, we don't need that. These people are annoying enough, okay? Let's just stop. Imagine how fucked up their bodies would become. I mean, I'm assuming if you have the technology for immortality, you have the technology to not have people's bodies decay as much. But yeah. I'm pretty sure I heard about one of the oldest people being in the world when she was 115, saying it was a sad reward that she got the Guinness World Record for being the oldest living person. Yikes. I'm once again asking you guys to read 1776, an American football story. Well, I guess you should do that. We can't do it right now on stream, I'm afraid. So, yeah, that's not, it's, I don't know. And getting the shit ratioed out of me for that was brutal, but, you know, it's okay. I'm only, 150 likes behind it. It's okay. It's okay. I'm chilling. I'm glad SCL interacted with me. That's always good. I always like, I appreciate any interaction. And folks, exciting big news. We are getting so close to 1K. Like, we are getting so fucking close. Like, holy shit. I'm pumped. It's gonna be great. So that's cool. Never had 1,000 followers or anything like that. So it'll be cool to get to that point, and I'm very excited. Ratios hurt less when you're right. Yeah, like it feels like a very hard argument to defend. You're gonna head on out. Okay, take care of yourself. It's nice having you. You make 29 burners just for that 1K. Please, no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's it's gradual. When you hear something so mortality cooked, you got to hit them with that SDL stare. Look. I don't know. It's just sad. I don't know. It's like when people are like, I can't date someone without it being for marriage, you know? Like, it's like, why not? Why wouldn't you want to just kind of like try and enjoy that while it lasts and then see, you know, see where it goes? Oh, okay. Take care. Bye-bye. You had 108 followers. You're on your way up. Oh shit, Mia. You're gonna dethrone me. I'm terrified. Hideki Tojo left the stream. Oh no. Come on. I'm getting a lot of followers too, super happy with. Yeah, your growth's been great. Good job. Not disagreeing with me. I just thought it was funny. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, that was a little spat I had. I don't know. Yeah, to me, as I said, it just feels like it just feels insecure. Like why aren't you satisfied with the ability to just do as best as you can within that space? But you know, maybe I am cucked. Maybe I'm mortality cucked. Maybe I just don't want other people to experience what I won't have. Or maybe I'm just having a life that's, you know, lower quality than these people who want to live forever. But I just don't feel like it would be that enjoyable. And also, okay, last argument pertaining to this, and then we'll move on to a different topic. Within the grand, you know, life, stuff has importance to people proportionate to their life, right? And if you spend like people, like kids care a lot about school because they're gonna end up being there for like another, you know, 7 years or something, right? And that's like a, you know, that's like a whole, like, that's most of their life at that point, right? But if you're old, if you become like hundreds of years old, eventually you're gonna not give a shit anymore, right? Eventually, for everything, the meaning is gonna fade away. Like, it's inevitable for every single topic. Like, I don't know. I'm sure it wouldn't happen to some people, but I think it would be very, very, very hard to not become apathetic if you've been living for that long and you've seen that much shit. Once again, this guy wants me to experience unending torture after the death of the universe. Yeah. Advocate for longer lives, but living forever being base is laughing to me. Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay, we have made it. We made it through that section. We did it. Yep. Thank you, everyone. Okay, be quiet. Okay, gone. So now we have another section. Mr. Stephen Bonnell Jr. Or Mr. Destiny went on Jubilee. And he had a little chat, and the chat, well, it wasn't just him actually. It was him and a group of other people, and someone who looked suspiciously like a B-Tech Vosh, went to debate black conservatives. So him and white liberals debated black conservatives, and let's have a look at this because I think it's going to be interesting. Oopsie daisy. I had a little look already, but these types of people do fascinate me. You know, especially black conservative types who are supporting a party that kind of, you know, despises him. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at this, and let's see if there's anything we can kind of we can get out of this. Maybe we'll learn something. Maybe we'll come to appreciate Destiny for the mastermind he is. So let's just find out. Let's see. Let us see.
I was chosen to read the following prompt. White Americans have way more advantages than black Americans.
think I'm a rarity here.
Oh.
It seems so.
Do white Americans have more advantages?
Stephen Don't Call Me Destiny Bunnell. Tiny Bunnell the second. True. True. You like Jubilee every now and again. Oh, right. It is quiet in it. Thank you. Yeah.
Just because they're white, or
Okay, here
do
we
just
are.
white Americans have advantages? Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not.
I'm
I think
also
that the
pretty
answer is
quiet.
because you're white in the past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States history.
This is as loud as I can get. I mean, I can. Yeah, I don't think I'm that quiet. If the thing is, if I turn it up much louder, then it's going to start peaking. Like I'm right on the danger zone for where peaking starts.
Where black people have tried to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots and everything, where that this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent, but then the next breath they'll talk
Want me
about
to
how important
scream
it
at
is
you,
to
Mia?
parent
Mia! Mia!
households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been.
You can tell Destiny's a little neurodivergent because he gets that kind of faraway look in his eyes when he's explaining shit. I kind of relate.
Severely disrupted.
The funny
My
thing
Reddit gold based, finally.
that agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then you.
Oh my god, wait, this guy's can we appreciate this man's shirt here? I'm a Vax rebel. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was that serious. Like, my god. Oh, wrong one.
The purported big switch, but I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their
Unvax to the max.
opinions
True.
of people and be more
Are there two people wearing One Piece shirts? I mean, yeah, everyone likes One Piece.
secretive and more, oh, we want to help you by, doing these things and seeing them as
Doing
inferior.
what things?
Affirmative action, welfare.
Oh yeah, this guy. By the way, you can tell this is the case for a lot of black conservatives. He's a victim of the school of Thomas Sowell. If you don't know, just so we can cover it just quickly, because this is relevant if we're talking about black conservatives ever. Called more like Carl Vax. True, that's me. So Mr. Thomas Sowell, that's this fella. Hold on, Mr. Sowell over here. He's wait, what? Okay, here we are. He's an American economist, author, and commentator who's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, with widely published commentary and books, etc., etc., etc. Basically, he talks about how black people are actually struggling because the government tried to help too much, and how black people also have cultural issues, and that's actually the cause of their poverty. And that if black people would just kind of get their shit together, they wouldn't be like that, actually. So you got to remember that's what these people are thinking about when they're talking, right? So, yeah. Magna cum laude.
That
welfare,
eventually
so-
ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
So
but
giving-
I want to get back to the history of it, because we're talking
Well, I just
about.
want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right?
So, did this guy watch Vaush or Hassan? What are we thinking? Which one is it? Or do we think both?
Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living
Yeah,
in
so-
the
so then give
Come
them
on,
the
the brain.
rent-free,
Well, then
that's
give
how
them
you
the
get
money
more of
while the
money.
dad's in the home, then.
If you're working
So
this
give
amount of
them the-
hours and getting less than this amount of
You're
dollars,
throwing-
you're getting money
you're
from the
throwing the
government.
baby-
Yes, it is
you're
incentivizing.
throwing the baby out with the
it is-
bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario, because yes.
You're
okay, you
throwing
want to talk
out-
about throwing baby out
Okay,
with
let me
the
break this
bathwater?
down for
Margaret
you.
Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger.
This guy is also on social media. I think he's not that big. I could try and snag him for a debate. I'd be really interested in grabbing. I just want to get somebody from the conservative sphere to kind of, bully and debate with.
That's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath. So,
I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but I
Alright,
am,
okay.
sadly.
I don't know what that means. When
Do fetuses even breathe? Wait, aren't they swimming in water? They don't breathe down there, do they? Wait a minute. Wait, do fetuses breathe? Do fetuses breathe? Babies don't truly breathe in the womb. The babies don't breathe because they're not meant to, you sick fuck. They don't do that. They don't do that. They eat the fucking tube. They eat the tube. I don't know what it's called anymore. The thing, the umbilical cord. There we are. They're snacking on that. They don't need the thingy. You wish I was that. This is so me, for real. This is like me when I'm chilling hard. Okay. This is how I feel after one really good hit. Okay. All right.
I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, you want to completely get rid of
The umbrella cord?
okay? Or at least the conservative. I don't want to
I
put
think
that
that's
on
how
you.
it
You haven't
works.
said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean,
It
sure,
can't.
you're talking about a lottery.
It
Just, hey,
literally
take
can't.
money.
The American welfare system, I'm not sure about the exact laws pertaining to this, but I had a conversation with somebody about this like a couple of years ago, talking about how in America you can only receive welfare. I mean, it's kind of the same for everywhere, but you can only receive welfare if you're earning under a certain amount already. And so people, and if you do work more than that to earn more money than that, then you just be earning like as much money as you get with welfare. And thus people are encouraged to not really work, because why would you work if you're only just making the same amount of money that you would off welfare anyway, right? It should be a sliding scale. Exactly. Like you can't just totally remove a bunch of support that people have and a bunch of, resources that people have when they're trying to get on their feet. Which is like the issue with American welfare, and why it does end up, kind of incapacitating some people, and does kind of make them economically weaker in a way. But that's because of a lack of welfare, rather than welfare existing. Yeah, exactly, Mia.
But
Yes.
there are strings
Take money.
attached to that money.
Take all the
There
money.
are strings
Give
attached to that
them
money.
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving
Okay.
money
All right, Alec. Calm down. Let's not do that. let's not give everyone $1 million, okay? It's very flawed, and it's a reason a lot of Americans hate social policies and think of them as wasteful because they think it makes people lazy. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who's been working their whole life and you've been forced to work since like childhood, which a lot of conservatives have, and does lead people to being more conservative, because suffering leads you to want other people to suffer more. Then they find they have a very hard time coming to terms with the fact that other people don't have to do that, and yet they yield the same benefits. This is why people need to be able to die.
to
Okay.
black people does not hurt them.
And that has
thinking
not
that-
happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
Wait.
About a lot.
Giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean,
It
sure,
can't.
you're talking about a lottery.
It
Just, hey,
literally
take
can't.
money. But
Yes.
there are strings
Take
attached
money.
to that money.
Take all the
There
money.
are strings attached
Give
to
them
that
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black people does not
Very
hurt
curious
them.
where Chandler's argument is going to go here.
money. That has
thinking
not
that.
happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
No.
It hasn't been a
You're
reparations.
saying
It hasn't been this
so
or that.
what
It has
you're
been a
saying
welfare program,
welfare
Great
was
Societies
designed.
Act that
Welfare
was built
was-
off of the idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these
So
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean,
There you go.
I guess
Boom,
so,
done.
but I guarantee you,
I
there
guess
is
so.
no way that
Why would you
happen.
not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess, research of like history of this country and everything,
I recognize this guy from somewhere. I'm not sure where. I'm not sure if I just saw him like on some sort of alleyway or something, because that's where it looks like he lives. But I feel like I've seen him somewhere. This is the White Liberal Council. Finally, white people are talking again. Thank God.
do you find like the Reconstruction
Welfare
era
is
and, like, the
based, just make
failures
good
of, like,
welfare.
what
Real.
it wanted to be and then what it ended up being, and then which led into had downstream effects to enter into the Jim Crow era,
I thought it was Hunter Avalon. This is like Hunter's older brother of some kind.
and you have policies like redlining that influence how
Why are there hidden black people watching them? Because people, the way that this works is they pose the question first, and everyone who says yes to that question comes first, and they talk it out, and then everyone who said no to that question comes out, and then they join the conversation.
schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery, do you think put black people as generally in a worse off position than white Americans.
I think generation by generation, the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation, the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became
Oh yeah, the slavery and racism, very different things.
more great. So in the 1880s or so, when we had our first black members of Congress, which were indeed Republicans, I think that was a great start for things. But obviously, we had terrible things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre, among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democratic
Welfare
Party. All
is the
supported by
real
Democratic
racism.
Party.
I mean, I need to stop you there. Can you attribute not to the party but to the ideology? Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party switch was,
Yeah.
traditionally conservative values
Exactly.
did not like.
This is a good move from this guy as well. With conservatives arguing with them, talking about like racism, especially black conservatives. It's very, very good to not let them get away with the party switch argument, because they will do that all the way through.
That's more aligned with more racist policies
It's
in this
very
country.
difficult
Like
to
very.
compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism.
Yeah. No shit, fella.
So personally, I feel like there's really only one thing that white people have a true advantage over black people with, and it's
This guy's got a look in his eyes. This guy's got a look. This guy is a hardcore Christian. I'm calling it right now. He has the same kind of weird, glassy-eyed look that Scientologists have. I don't know. I don't know. Look, I don't want to say anything just yet, but I feel suspicious.
that white people are less likely to be forced into a box.
This is not Jay Schlatt, okay? This is not what Jay Schlatt looks like. I don't think, no.
It happens with black
That
people
Southern
onto other
Baptist
black
chair?
people, but it especially
Yeah.
happens with white
Stab.
liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called all these names like etc. And the worst of all is bootlicker, because I hate when a white liberal tells me
Chat, look, Mia, shut the fuck up. I misspeak sometimes.
as a black man that I'm a bootlicker, because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because you're telling me as a white person that me as a black person that I'm licking your boot.
That's not... This is... I fucking hate how Americans talk about fucking race, dude. Like, this is like an issue I see, like, exclusively with Americans and people affected by the, like, the saposphere. Like, the kind of American space is, like, the kind of lumping together as, like, a race, as, like, a community, or, like, a body, like a... It fucking annoys me so much. It's so fucking stupid because that's not how it works. It's not how anybody fucking works. And then you have like these millions of people, like literally like there's like what, probably like fucking 200 million white people at least in America, and they're being like all thrown under one umbrella of like that thing that like kind of ruined society. It's like silly. It's stupid. It doesn't work. Bootlicking is not a racial term. Yeah. This is literally the Jai thing of being like, actually, if you say Jorbiter, you're saying the N-word.
Because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality in, that to me is real racism. And that's what we need to stop allowing to happen
Racism is when you say, please don't support the people who hate you.
to us, because black people are so quick now to not branch out and have new ways of thinking, or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that black people don't typically
Why does he sound so
get into.
fruity? He is fruity. Look, if you're... These people who hate themselves, they usually like have like compounding reasons to hate themselves, okay? This guy is going to be fruity and he's going to be Christian, okay? I bet you.
It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for
He's also racist as shit.
so long that you have to follow this path. And
My Trump accent is perfect, okay? I will take no criticism. None.
have to think a certain way.
I think America is a great place for a black person. I think I'm an American. Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
Wow. Even she can get police brutality if she really wants.
Personally never experienced white people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could find certain institutions where black people are treated.
I also feel like that's kind of the issue with this framing as well, right? White Americans have way more advantages than black Americans. And really the argument should be about class, right? should be talking about how Black Americans relevant to white families have you know, way less household wealth, and how that ends up affecting them. It shouldn't just be whites have it like this and then black people have it like this. It should be black people are more likely to be in this group of general people, and therefore they're going to be more likely to be struggling than your average white person. Her ass is not black. You cannot say that. Okay, she's just a light-skinned black person. Let's not invalidate anyone's racial situation. Look at her. When you're defining terms like you know, racial terms or whatever, usually the people I look to, the people who are gonna care about that most, and the people who care about that most are gonna be racists, and to a racist, this is a black person. So, you know, I feel like you can say maybe logic isn't black, but I think this lady, you know, qualifies enough.
Differently, but in general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of.
He definitely had impure thoughts about his youth pastor during his Southern Baptist upbringing. He did! I swear he did! Look at him!
Being black, and if anything, it's given me more of a voice because people will want to hear what I say now because I'm black.
Because you're a token! You're a token woman! You're not... They don't want to hear you because you're right. They want to hear you so they can fucking use you. It's so depressing, you know? These people end up just getting used and abused by their friends to like be like a fucking like little like a little slow, like a little mascot for them, a little diverse mascot. It's nothing, it's exact shit that libs do, like they like accuse libs of doing as well, right? Like where they're like, oh, you're not actually friends with black people, you're just friends with them because you think like you have to be or something, you know? They say some snide shit like that, when this is exactly what they're doing. They're just like, they get like minority friends for exactly the same reasons, and they do exactly everything that they accuse libs of, also being like, oh, you can't be friends with anyone who doesn't share your opinion, etc, 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 etc. European not understanding American race moment. Yeah. Mere your understanding of race is based off slaver sentiments of the 18th century America. Well, when 18th century America slaver sentiments are the ones that dominated American politics and kind of led to the situation that they're in now, I think that's fine. I mean, it's like you do have to go off the worst denominator if there is like if it has had such an effect on reality. Then you should acknowledge it. I am racist. Somebody believes everyone should race in race cars. This is true. Based. They've used as a tool to silence racism. Exactly. And welcome 80 days. Nice to have you. Okay. All right.
So if anything, I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular.
Also, I'm sorry, real quick. This chair, dude. This is like it's like a little stool thing. And every time I sit down on it, I like. And it makes me... I don't like how that looked. Never mind, we're not doing that again.
If I was just a white person who was also conservative.
I agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action.
I think... I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
I think affirmative action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that every black person knows how to get into college. Every black.
Oh, Destiny's against this one. Shocker.
I mean, you could pull out the names, the Oprah, President Obama. You can pull out the head of Time Warner was black man, the Forbes was black man. We know what to do now. We don't need affirmative action anymore. And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes, especially nowadays, because I have 6 children and 2 boys, 4 girls.
Affirmative action should be replaced with something related to social status instead of race. Yes! Yeah, it should be related to the economic status and not the race. It's kind of stupid. You're gonna just end up having like barring like some fucking like actually poor Asian kid from getting into a university because they already like met their Asian quota or something. It is kind of weird. It does create like a very strange kind of shift in how people should be thinking about things, and it's one of those things that's plaguing the American mindset when it comes to race.
Girls. And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia and this one and that one, and it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that goal.
Race quotas are fucked up. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Racial quotas have proven to be, you know, beneficial in society in the past, especially like as you kind of had the shift to black people entering the working class, and actually being able to, partake properly. And obviously there you had, white employers that needed to be kind of made to employ black people. And that is, in some areas it is still an issue. But yeah, now I feel it's less necessary than it used to be. I love being admitted based on my race instead of my skills. That's not true. That's like that's a misunderstanding of how affirmative action works. Affirmative action just seeks to promote perhaps people who got missed or often get put to the bottom of the pile. But it doesn't, seek to put in people who aren't qualified. It just, it just promotes people who are qualified and are also from a group of people who typically get kind of rejected or they get less opportunities. My only worry is that without affirmative action, black people will just end up being rejected from like every institution. That's not going to happen. That's also illegal. So. If that did happen, you could make a pretty good case against it very easily, right?
Of getting into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action. I remember my first week at the University of Illinois, I was sitting with some classmates and a white student turned to me and jokingly like, "Hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college?" And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, "You're black, I'm assuming you had decent grades. You could have just attached a smiley face and you would have gotten into the university." So I was livid by that, and I went off. I started naming all of my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about an hour. Because then an hour later, I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself,
white Americans have to disclaim their race when applying to uni. I think I had to disclaim my race as well, actually. I had to disclose my I think I had to disclose my race and my sexuality, which was really weird. Hi Abe, nice to have you. Welcome.
did I earn this position myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
And two, I've seen it in the sense of like affirmative action taking away from other people who are minorities. Like I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action because they have such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was going to actually argue that it's more racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities who do deserve a spot and they can't get in because of affirmative action, which again, like you were saying, was necessary at the time, but now it's like anybody.
You thought Abe was Abe's and Shinzo Abe? It is, but I just say Abe. It's too late.
If you have the skills to do it and you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action is the worst thing, considering all the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, you know, Boy Scouts, what type of classes they took, that might not be available to everybody. I don't think that factoring in the affirmative action is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly
then he should randomly explode. That would be funny.
Beneficial in the long run for certain people. I think we can probably refocus most of that into figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds, or whatever, without it having to necessarily target race. The only
Destiny is right. He has the correct take here. It is true that these sorts of policies do allow for Republicans to make a lot of headway and kind of and we should be focusing on class because poor white people, disenfranchised white people, are exactly like a large portion of the Republican voter base, and that's partly because there's not been enough, broad attempts to help people from the lower or working class that aren't like race specific or group specific from libs and Dems and stuff. I hate conservative Asians who have perfect SAT scores but have literally nothing else going for them, and then they complain about affirmative action when they don't get into Harvard. I can't talk on this. I don't know. I don't know too many accomplishing Asian people, but I do know a lot of people. I don't know. I think I do know quite a lot of Asian over-accomplishers because of their parents and that being kind of effect of the culture. I don't know. It's difficult as well because those people are often subjected to like a life of studying and like they're expected to dedicate like a ridiculous amount of time to it by their parents, you know, and they're told that if they don't do that, then they're like failures, right? And therefore I do sympathize with that group of people. But also, I should be given a spot in the university because I'm cool and unique and stuff. And if somebody is boring, then maybe they do deserve a spot less than other people. So I don't know. Also, big news, speaking of the university, I got accepted into mine, the one that I applied for to switch over to, but fucking they had to fuck me here a little bit. Did I get into my uni because I'm black? Yeah, it's because I'm black. Well, the thing is, I did say on my opening message, I told them I'm queer, because I had like my cover letter. Thank you everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But on my cover letter, I talked about how like I grew up queer and stuff, and how I've been used to arguing like for my rights for a long time and stuff, and all that kind of thing. Yeah, you should do that. You should do that, like genuinely, like because I mean, what's the fucking loss, right? You've got some sort of minority status. You probably should use that. So yeah. Oh, that's not the guy. I need the applause to stop playing. Here we are.
The thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is instead of a black person being in school.
Hardships is a quick. Yeah. Max is black, Bruno style. Yeah, I put on. I got some cocoa cream and I rubbed it all over me, and then I took the picture and I sent that to them.
Thinking like, man, am I here because I'm an affirmative action?
You also say you're disabled? Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, if you're like deaf, then you should be making use of that. Like, make the most of it. Absolutely.
Is it going to be a kid that is poor or a kid that's from a different zip code?
I think we should do away with all of it. It's just like submit an application, no demographics. Why do they ask your sexuality? Like, why do they ask all that stuff?
I'm not sure about that either. I'm not sure, because I feel like though they shouldn't be asking about that, I do think there's value in promoting, you know, people who might not be who might be rejected otherwise. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's a tough question. Let's see what this fella has to say.
So, if affirmative action accomplished its purpose, why do we still see the disparities that we do in the professional?
You'll tell them you're a trans woman of color who does not feel the need to alter the way you present. Oh no.
Workplace. If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals, white people as a whole have about 50 times greater wealth than black people as a whole.
Yeah.
Per capita.
He's
so
right.
I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see
Curious. Why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
upbringing, economic abilities.
There we are. See, he's starting to bring out the Sowell-esque arguments. Upbringing. See, it's a cultural issue, actually.
Desire to go, desire to.
I mean, zip code does play a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely.
Is there more white people than black people? Yeah, hugely. There's only like 9% of America's black people, or like I think maybe slightly more than that now. Distribution. Racial population of the US. Let's have a look. White people are 75%, black people are 13%. Right. Oopsie, I forgot about that one. American Indians are 1.3, Asians are 6.3. Yeah, I forgot about the dog whistle. For a second.
To do as well in school, which means you're.
Why did they grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes, but why?
But yeah, no, dude is absolutely right. Actually, let's quickly take a look at those statistics because they are pretty crazy. Household wealth by race USA. Because it gets pretty fucking wild when you actually like take a look at these numbers. Hold on. Wow. Okay, this is a terrible image, but sure, let's go for it. So this is household wealth by race / ethnicity and education. Very, very high scale image. But you can see how much more white people have than pretty much every other racial group. It's fucking intense, right? So when people like try and tell you that racism in America isn't real anymore, pull up the median household wealth by race graph and you'll get them.
Specifically, do more black people?
Don't chant 1350, okay? Do not chant 1350.
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs, like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's take a
is
look
relevant.
at the Great Societies Act, which was created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance.
Oh yeah, famously, oh wait, actually, you know what, maybe, I'm not sure what he's talking about there specifically. But if you want to have people be, you know, married and actually like having kids and stuff, you should want them to be receiving welfare. Because people being poor is like the number one reason that people don't end up getting together. Conservatives would just say the wealth disparity isn't because they are black. Well, they would say it's because they're black, but they deserve it, right? They would say it's because they're black, but they, black people just engage in actions that get them there, right? It's not that. Yeah. Chandler wants to be Ben Shapiro so bad. Yeah, he's like a little black Ben Shapiro.
These things aren't beneficial for economics. These things aren't beneficial for actually paving a way for success.
Oh yeah, that intonation, that kind of speaking pattern, you can tell he's a Ben Shabibo enjoyer.
Black children and black families.
The gay stare?
You know, reducing a 2-family household to a 1-family household isn't going to make
don't know. Seems pretty dead-eyed to me.
them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless, the ability to even get to college.
You mean two-parent?
The child, yes, but a 2-parent household in comparison to a one.
Wait, the average white high schooler makes $115,000 in household income? What? What? Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from? Is that here? This one says $115. This is in thousands of dollars, so 115K. I mean, apparently, no, this isn't white high school. This is people with a high school education. This isn't white high schoolers though. This is people who finished and they had a high school education. Hello, King Menelaus and Shaquilo. Look, I don't know if we can. I don't know if that joke is good. But maybe. I approve of it if it's okay.
Parent household, that child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So how are they?
That's insanely high income for your area. Yeah, I mean, you are also in a poorer area, Abe. I mean, if you're in somewhere that's kind of rural and stuff, so then you are gonna be kind of fucked. Ohio median wealth 60K. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'm not sure how that compares to other places. Yeah, but there is. It depends on where you are really, because there are places that are just way more poverty ridden than other ones. It's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Even supposed to get that, you know, that wealth disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community that is causing these.
But then
problems.
again, you got to remember that averages are, you know, made out of combining everyone's total wealth and then, you know, splitting it up. So the white median wealth is going to be, you know, massively skewed by the fact that we have a bunch of 1%ers who are white people. So therefore, you know, those kind of statistics, they don't prove that the average white person is probably going to be doing way better. They prove that they might be doing a bit better, but generally it mainly proves that there are really, really rich white people. I think that should be your primary takeaway from having a look at that.
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that, like, affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts.
Your city's average income in dollars like 43K. Yeah, for the UK, that is pretty standard, unfortunately. It's like for non-particularly wealthy places. It's why we use median for income measurements. Yeah, you are right. We could actually have a look at the median wealth by race, and we can take a look. Oh wait, no, this was the. Actually, we did look at the median. Oh no, it was the median. It was the median actually. Okay, I think if we looked at the average, it would have been even more fucked. But the median is still pretty fucked. But even then, that argument does still apply, that if there are just a bunch more rich people, obviously the median will be, you know, skewed. But then again, that's what the chart is trying to tell us.
Person's life, and by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very
Salted, yeah. Mia, ban them if they say anything like that again.
Very
Okay.
end with affirmative action, it might just be too broad a brush, and maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues than trying to throw a kid who maybe can barely read at a 6th grade level into a college to hope that that's the thing that fixes the problem at the end of the line.
I think
What? That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening, Mr. Destiny. That doesn't go on.
affirmative action wasn't really supposed to like send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard. I think that's quite a myth, in fact.
There we
I
go.
think those that have the qualities to get to Harvard were, before affirmative action, were just completely overlooked.
Destiny's never
Clarence
wrong.
Thomas is like the perfect example.
Bro, that's how you should. That's how you should enjoy a streamer. Just say everything they say is right all the time. We could balance the numbers if we despawned all of the rich people. We don't need to despawn them. We can make policies that just tax them more, and then we'll gradually reduce their wealth. Killing people will not help, unfortunately. I'm afraid to say it. It's not gonna do it. There are too many. Most of them we don't even fucking know about. Like, there are like a ton of billionaires that we like we don't know who they are because the money isn't like publicly like disclosed. Don't despawn them, just take it away. Yeah. I mean, also, like, you have people who are born into wealth and then they're like, and it's like, oh, should they now like die because of that? Do just slash kill all. It's much easier than taxing them. That's true. That's true. Never mind. Okay, I retract my statement.
Regardless of what you think about him, he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action.
Wait.
It was.
What does he say?
Thomas is like the perfect example.
Who?
Just completely overlooked. Clarence Thomas is like the perfect example.
Oh, okay.
Regardless of what you think about him, he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action. Because it focused on
killing people isn't as effective as peaceful means to make revolutionary changes. We need both. Okay. This is my hot take. I know that a lot of the time on the internet I spend time shitting on people who are like, we need to kill people. Because I think it's stupid. But we need both in Minecraft. We need people who wanna kill people who are actually in influential positions and are actually causing harm, and where their death can actually have an effect, right? By this I mean people like if you were in Minecraft to take care of someone who's from like some massive oil company that's responsible for destroying the environment, then you go through and you do more there, and you scaremonger and you try and intimidate the companies into not being terrible. I think that would be, in Minecraft it would be fine. And I think that would be helpful. But I think this concept that a lot of lefties have as a consequence of, hyperbolic slogans like "Eat the Rich" or whatever, is just that we should just kill rich people, whoever is rich, whoever has, over like fucking like 150k in their bank, and then we just take them and we guillotine them. Like, that's stupid and obviously not constructive and doesn't really do anything to change the overarching issue, and also just ends up driving away actual rich people who could be helping us. Because there are, left-wing progressive rich people. It doesn't, even though you are less likely to be so once you hit a certain degree of wealth. There are plenty of people who could be on our side, and then we're pushing them away by being like, we want to kill everybody who's not like us. They should all die. Fuck them. Like it's not constructive.
Finding people that were, again, like just overlooked for those.
But things ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed and I'm not sure who morphed it.
She's got the look in her eyes as well, okay? Look, I don't want to say it. I hate to call people crazy, all right? I would never do that. I'd never do that on the Karl Marx broadcast. But she has a look, okay? She has a look.
It started out as...
This is, I don't know, I think it's the anti-vaxxer stare, okay? You can tell these people didn't get vaccinated and they have like fucking 50 degrees of head fog. I never call people crazy, but she is. Exactly.
Morphed it, and I'm not sure who morphed it, but it morphed into, okay, so now we have to have one black, one Hispanic.
The obsession with killing rich people is spiteful LARPy shit? Exactly, yeah. Destiny said she reminded him of his mom. Explains a lot about Destiny, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time not sympathizing for like little old ladies who are kind of silly, like I've working a lot in schools and stuff, and in like kindergartens and whatnot, I've come across a lot of women who I've had to deal with, and they are mostly so nice and so kind, like obviously much more than the average man as well, because they're like taught to be, and it's more of a value that's promoted among women. But they are like the kindest people, and 99% of the time, people like this are just very, very misguided. Like they just don't know, like they're just kind of stupid. And as I say on a regular basis on the stream, we need to have sympathy for the stupid. We need to empathize with them. We need to give them a chance. I don't think we should no scope anyone really. It's just funny to use words to describe killing them. Okay. Ableist, true.
Expanding, one this, one that.
That's not how that works.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people who hire, talk to the board members who say we need to have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever on the board. So it morphed.
It's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. She's trying to use the right terms, even though nobody fucking likes Latinx.
Helping us into now
Tokenization.
Yes. So you have to have.
It's the word tokenization, bro. Your entire existence is centered around that. What the fuck are you talking about? A black, yeah. Bit of a yikes there as well, isn't it? You can tell what kind of like shit she hears when she starts like referring to people as like a member of their race.
One of this, one of that.
Diversity hire.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary.
Yeah.
And I know that you said that it started good and then ended whatever. And I don't think that affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action...
Is that white guy in the blue shirt? Destiny must be the black lady? Yeah. I mean, Destiny is a black woman's name, right? So it must be. I never got Latinx isn't the gender neutral version of Latino / Latina. Oh yeah, I didn't know. I just knew it was like kind of a weird term, and I saw the polls about it and that nobody really liked it, so.
What's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
People need to.
There's no meritocracy in this country. You look at Elon Musk, he's destroying Twitter. There's no meritocracy. That's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to
That's
is
a good
it's
argument.
not a myth that there are like minorities that are being put into colleges that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on academic probation because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They are not cut out for that just yet. And it even just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there. Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university. So if you think of the universities that have courses, et cetera, that grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B.
This is a good argument, kind of. I don't know. It's a really tough issue, right? Because if you do have a lot of overachievers from one social group, it is kind of weird if everyone there is only members of that social group, but I don't know. It's also fucked up to not let people in because of that. So I assume the proper solution would probably be to not allow people to know about the race of the people who are applying. You probably just should like take it out of the equation completely. I want to go and grab my marijuana. Do I leave this playing while I go and do that? Because I'll just be like 30 seconds. Or do you think I quickly play some like a little jazz for you and I just sit here for a second? I'll play the what? No chest. Oh, what? Can't look. I'll be there for but it's like 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds. Okay. I'll play. Okay, here we are. Okay. Oi. Okay. You better all be standing with your with your hand on your chest, okay? Be proud of this country and the beautiful members of it. Okay. Whew. Okay. Sorry. I made it. We're back. Okay. Wow. I can't wait to whip out all of the various little songs I've got now. I've got a shitty little soundboard and it's gonna be so fucking funny. Skull, yeah, my obviously American brother. Yeah, true, I am American, as we can tell, hear, see. Look, I hear this every time I go outside. Because that's how purely American I am. The eagles follow me, even though they're not native to here.
Etc. So that means that the bottom percentile is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the
Beautiful members. Mia, you're terrible today. Mia needs to go get off or something before you join the Karl Max stream. This is crazy.
people who didn't have the credentials to get there in the first place. And then I have to bounce back to.
I want to get you on that point, because I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling financial debt. These are the and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's overwhelmingly numbers. There are more white people.
See, this is the thing, right? He's not allowing for the little space of nuance, the little pocket of racial equality. Also, I'm going to be a little bit quieter because I got the window open here. But he's ignoring the argument that could be bringing the conservatives over, which is ignoring all of that. Defending the English language right now is so American. No, what? No, banned.
In poverty than black people.
If you look at the raw numbers, but if you actually understand what you're talking about.
No the issue is poverty in general, though. I don't think it's like who's in poverty. It's like poverty sucks.
Maybe we should make college free.
She's so
maybe
real.
We want to have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
It'll get even more ghetto.
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you, that will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
I mean, sure. It's kind of a pointless thing. Why did they laugh? I don't know. They were making some sort of weird racist joke. They were calling universities ghetto or something, right? Because like they're like accepting black people. They hate black people. Like black conservatives do not like other black people. Like talk to any of them.
I think that President Trump supports all lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal. I don't see him doing anything that would make you feel like he does not support Black lives. That's of course going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives.
This is insane. Trump supports Black lives as long as those Black lives support him, right? But like, they just let anybody fucking do shit, right? Like, they just don't give a fuck. Like, if they cared about Black lives, they wouldn't have appointed the one guy to the head of the Blacks for Trump thing, and it wouldn't have been some insane guy who committed a murder a bunch of years ago. Do we know about this? Do you folks know about this? Do you folks know about the story of Michael the Black Man? Just a quick question. I feel like we've talked about this on stream before, but I wanna show you real quick. Trump may support Black lives, but Obama supported by his balls in his mouth by 999 gone. Every time I say folks, you keep think I'm saying you fucks. True. Okay, so Michael the Black Man. Definitely not tokenization. This guy is not being tokenized, okay? I promise you. It's definitely not. They would never tokenize. Him. I look like a shitty Jimmy Neutron. Michael the Black Man, is that his real name? Yeah, this is definitely his real name. It's actually not. Spoiler. Also known as Michael Simonet and Mikhail Israel, is an American political figure from Miami, Florida. Shocker. An outspoken supporter of former US President Donald Trump, he is known for his appearances at Trump rallies before and after the 2016 election. He often sits behind Trump holding a Blacks for Trump sign. Here we can see him. And if you look at really any, not any, but, you know, if you look at a lot of rallies from, you know, Trump then, and I think still now, you will see this guy in the background, because they see we've got like one black guy in the audience. We got to get him to the front. We got to get him on TV. So people can see. Gonna change your name to first name the black man. Yeah, true. Me, Max the black man. Finally. Nation of Yahweh. Yeah, so he joined the cult. And he actually did a thing in the cult. He was one of the 16 members of the Nation of Yahweh who was arrested and charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of attempted murder in 1990. He was found not guilty of these charges by a Florida jury in 1992. But the Yahweh was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. At the trial, Ricardo testified that he and Maurice attempted unsuccessfully to murder Eric Burke, a dissident member of Yahweh's cult, and that Maurice had helped to beat another cult member, Aston Green, unconscious. They sentenced Yahweh the god? No, he was friends with a guy called Holland Mitchell Jr. who called himself Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Woodside became a fervent opponent of the Democratic Party, so this is after he got, well, he didn't get, actually, yeah, no, this is after he got out of prison. Changed his name to Michael Simonet, shocker, and began his career as a musician. He later started a radio station, Boss 104.fm, before reinventing himself as Michael the Black Man. He briefly came to media attention in September 2008 when he accused Oprah Winfrey of being the devil and Barack Obama of being endorsed by the Ku Klux Klan at one of Obama's speeches in Florida. In 2012, he spoke at the audience of the Rick Santorum campaign rally in Coral Springs, Florida, where he said that Democrats were the worst thing that ever happened to the black man. As of August 2016, he runs multiple websites, including gods2.com, which he frequently promotes on his shirt at Trump rallies. So, you know, you can tell they really care about black people, you know, they really care, and they don't just want to, they really don't just want to, you know, tokenize them. We can have a look at gods2.com, which I've been on before. It's a very interesting website. Welcome to gods2.com. Here we are. You can enter, and there are just several links. Oh, it does scroll down further, though, but seems to be nothing else on the page, even though you can scroll down. Let's have a look. This is a really beautiful site, and now we're on a different site. It's redirected us to limitlesstruth.com, and right, so this is your average schizo post website, right? You have a bunch of different videos where they show various shit, just him kind of sitting and rambling there. What happened to the first? Well, the first just relinks to this site. They have just several pages of insane shit. Blacks for Trump shows why Fox fired Tucker Carlson by BlackRock, Deutsche Bank. Yeah, but it won't work. Trump will conquer. Yeah, I've had a look at the watch the new Michael Blackman shows here. Okay, so you can see what kind of shit's going on here. This is very much it's very culty feeling, and it's not really surprising. Given what's happening. This is Dropbox. It's linked to a Dropbox, which is not good. Most things that happen on Dropbox are not good things, okay? Most people don't have good reasons to be uploading shit to a Dropbox. So we can have a look quickly. This is a 2-hour-long video, so we're not gonna watch it in full.
This is Michael, the Black Man. How y'all doing out there, everybody?
He's pretty much your average talker to an audience. You know, he's very black preacher-esque. You know, a lot of his talks are kind of they're punctuated by somebody going, "Amen," or "Yes, brother," or something like that. Sorry, that was yeah. But it's a lot of that. We can probably catch some.
That's right. That's what it's saying. That's right. Because otherwise you can't explain the I syndrome. See what you can't. What is that grammatically insane? Yes, sir. That's right.
So there's a lot of that, right? It's just a lot of him saying like wild claims, and people are going like, "Yeah, absolutely." I didn't know he called himself that. I thought that Trump called him Michael the Black Man because of Trump's wacky nicknames. No, he called himself that. He's very proud of it. The accent, look. Look. Let's not talk about it, okay? Oh.
Just means that he doesn't support the fraudulent organization that's stealing so much money from so many people to do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement that is destroying
Look,
cities,
you better fucking
communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say he knows all the best black people, he has all the best black friends. I do support black people all the time.
Vorshite spotted. This is an imitation of the Vorsh Trump voice.
So sorry, that was a very bad impression, but I don't think Donald Trump
Blackface
wants bad
impression.
things to happen to black people.
That guy sounds like Trump. Look, okay, if you're going to tolerate that impression, mine should be perfect, okay?
So in that respect, I think he does support Black lives, but the other side of that is he's not really doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift black people.
The economy affects black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the biggest things I
What does he do for the
supported
economy?
personally, well, yeah, we'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is
It's interesting as well. Conservatives like to blame the fucked economy on the way that COVID regulations went, but that was under the Trump administration. That's what happened. Max Trump voice isn't really that bad. Wait, Max's Trump voice has never been bad, okay? Nobody's ever told me it's bad ever, okay? It's perfect. It's perfect. I'll bust it out when the time comes, okay? I can't force it. He sounds gay when he does the impression? Trump on estrogen?
he secured permanent funding for HBCUs, one of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration, among many other things. The First Step Act, which, you know, there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race. Freeing Alice Johnson for menial drug crimes she committed in the past that had her locked up. She did not get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree.
Yeah, Chandler, we should just put like Chandler in like the 1960s or something again. I don't know, I think he'd like that.
But I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think that he just says the most, yeah, I do think that. I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that he has any personal grudges against certain, you know, most people. He just says the most popular thing.
This is the, why would I say that? Look, suck my dick, okay? This is the correct analysis of the situation, no? This is the right way to look at it.
So I think like Ron DeSantis would be, yeah, Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants black.
Trump is interesting because in effect he has been like fascistic, but in how he thinks about things and like his own like perception of what he's doing, it doesn't seem to be that complex. It just seems to be, I want power, I want to be liked, and so I'll do anything to do it. I'll do anything, absolutely anything. Okay, see, that one was bad.
Right,
you
so
can
by
shit on
that
me for that
standard,
one.
Yeah, Donald Trump supports black lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So why do so many
Wait, what, do you know what populism is, my guy?
people hate him?
He got elected as
The voice is way too high. Okay. Look, I'll work on it. Okay, I'll work on it. We'll get there.
president.
It's actually good. See, this is okay. Look, we'll start a poll. Okay. Is it good? Is it good? Okay. All right. And I'm gonna be marking down all the answers from this. Okay. So if you're not supporting me, all right, we might just have to send you into the Karl Marx gulag. Okay. Look, I'm not saying we have one. Yeah, I'm saying we could build one. Vote yeah if I do a Zizek impression. I would love to do a Zizek impression, but I can't. I've tried before in the past. I love Zizek. I love his silly little voice. You go into the gulag? Okay. You know what? 60-40, I'm ending it right there. That's good enough for me. That's a majority vote saying yes, so I'm correct. Okay? Alright? Fuck you.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote. Neither time.
That's a liberal talking.
You think you could do a Zizek impression? Probably. In show one. Yeah, I don't know. I need to I need to work on that. I haven't listened to Zizek in a little bit. I started reading his books and then I stopped listening to the things because it's a lot easier to read him than to listen to him. That was ass. I know, Mia. I know. Okay, you put me on the spot.
Liberal talking.
I'm helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that Donald Trump says?
Fuck you,
think
Mia.
Everything he says is popular.
You have 2 Zizek boobs on your shirt, right? What the hell? Wait, the hell? You have Zizek boobs? Where did you get them from? What did you what did you do? What happened to Zizek? Zizek, no, please. What the hell? That's terrible.
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water,
No, don't
that was one of
leave.
my favorite quotes. Big water.
Okay, see, I'm doing better than this guy though.
Water, big water, ocean.
Top surgery. Yeah, it's from fucking Zizek's top surgery. Oh my god.
Water.
He has the funniest one-liners, so I love a lot of the things he
Motorboating Slavoj Zizek.
says. As far as policy, he sucks, but...
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his...
No, Coke. It's different. Coke, not.
Yo! Holy shit, that was the most sassy shit I've ever seen. Wait a minute.
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his...
No, Coke. It's different. Coke, not.
Trump is less of the issue
He got him. He got him so good.
and more so the people that support him, like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just black people, but like...
I mean, this man took out like a full page in a newspaper calling for the
McBitens, I want to read that out so bad, but I'm not gonna, okay? I'm not gonna let myself be shamed anymore.
public execution of 5 black kids. His hotels, all of his businesses have rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever.
Zizek does say "je" kind of a little bit.
So
I forgot about
That's
that.
because of his like speech impediment.
Would not have stepped forward.
Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, so I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super...
Does he not? Actually, maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people, just the comments he's made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think those statements come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if you pray 5 times a day towards the east or towards Mega based on wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people.
That's not true, unfortunately. If that were true, he wouldn't have banned people coming in from entire Muslim countries, I don't think. I somehow feel like...
off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
I supported Trump because he made the economy good, and so the economy then impacted.
That's like the most complex pro-Trump argument. He made the economy good.
Black people, white people, Latino people. It impacted everybody. But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people. He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me, and making and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go with this guy, and the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So that's why I went, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
Well, yeah, this is the conservative mistake, right? Falling for the guy lying to you, saying, I'm just like you, you know? Me, fucking, what, is Trump a millionaire or a billionaire? I think he's a millionaire, right? Me, multi-millionaire, probably, actually, I don't know. Which one is Trump? Do we know? Because I feel like he'd be a millionaire, but also he could be a billionaire. But yeah, no, him, the guy who's totally just like you, same income level, same race, he supports people like you all the time. Let's see, how rich is Donald Trump? Let's have a look. Oh wow, holy shit, $2.5 billion is his valuation. So fucking rich. Shockingly. But he's a billionaire, in fact, which makes sense. He implemented tax cuts to the upper percentages of the population. True. Yeah, he fixed all of it.
How does that specifically benefit?
You could do better. I believe in you.
Black people. Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, like well documented. So like
and Biden's not. Biden's not.
Yes, he is. He created the crime bill. So that's regardless of the point.
Address the Central Park 5. That's what you brought up, right? Yes. How do you feel about that?
Well,
he took
actually,
full page out after they were.
I'm shocked at how much Destiny's held back. I'm not sure if they just cut out a bunch of shit that he said, or if he's just like really good at holding back. But I wouldn't expect that from him, quite frankly.
So I haven't.
He wanted them to be killed.
Well,
executed just because they were black.
That story.
And he bars people from attending his businesses or like renting apartments from all his like stupid Trump towers. I think
Trump at that point was like many people in this room, particularly liberals.
Okay, so you does say the properly. Okay, well there we are.
A victim of the media. I think he was scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to take action himself as a businessman, not as a racist.
Why are you infantilizing him?
I don't like real quick because
that's a good fucking point. That's a really good point. That's a good move from Alec, though.
Keep bringing up this comparison to the '93 crime bill from Biden. That crime bill, this was at the height of like violent crime and the crack epidemic in the United States. The Congressional Black Caucus supported that crime bill. Everybody in the United States supported that crime bill. The idea that crime bill was like some racist piece of legislation that Biden was just wheeling out because he hates black people, and that's somehow comparable to the Donald Trump's treatment of the Central Park 5 that were already exonerated. That wasn't a victim of the media. The media said they were done. They were exonerated in court. They weren't there.
As I understand it, the prosecutor of the 5, he was a black guy, and so in being a black guy, he went and he looked at all the evidence and said these guys are guilty.
Black people can also be racist against other.
I gotta say real quick, this fucking lava lamp, dude. It's fucking crazy. Look at this shit. Oh my god, it's so hot. It's really hot. Did anyone know these things get hot? Is that how it works? Is that how this works, dude? I'm sorry, I'm a little high. Alright, wait.
Or make mistakes.
It's my ADD. So what is inside a lava lamp? I'm trying to not get too distracted, but I'm really curious now. Let's keep watching a little bit, and then if a lull comes up, we'll look into lava lamps.
So if anybody does anything you disagree with in regards to the Central Park 5, even if they themselves are.
It's a lava lamp. How did I not anticipate heat? Shut the fuck up, okay? Look. It's a lava lamp that doesn't. It has lava in it. Yeah, it doesn't have lava in it. Okay, you fucks. I've seen lava cake, okay? That is hot, but it's not that hot, okay? Fuck you.
A black person, they're just a self-loathing black person. They're just a racist black person.
If they disagree with me, they're racist.
That prosecutor was doing his job.
That's my policy. If they disagree with me, they're racist.
I like that.
I think Trump has shown a history of ignorant at best and racist at worst behavior. I didn't vote for him or Hillary because I just don't see him as a conservative.
It's made of lamp, exactly.
Hero. I don't even think he's a conservative.
Fake conservative. I voted Trump in 2016, just so you all know. So I'm just saying.
So I need to I need you to elaborate on if people
disagree. Weird. I respect this guy trying though. And also to be sitting next to Destiny, as this guy's like a streamer and stuff, and being very, handling shit relatively well. I am impressed, but he's a bit cringe, a little bit. You got dinner based, hell yeah.
Agree with you, they're racist, just in general.
I was just kidding.
He's just yeah.
You never know.
Just like the hat. Sorry if I triggered you. I'm sorry.
You made a point. You made a point a couple minutes back where you said. He just kind of says these things to rile up his base. Why does he need to do that at the expense of black people then?
He doesn't do that at the. I am a member of his base, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, this is amazing. And I don't know, you can call me self-loathing, call me self-hating,
so you're saying calling for the public
stupid.
execution of 5 black men that were exonerated to rile up his base.
When has he done that during the campaign trail? He didn't do that when he.
Is this guy baked, or is he really sleepy? Like, I don't want to say anything, but like his eyes, dude.
He was a politician.
Well,
he did
again,
that
it's
scared businessman in New York.
It's
feeling
everything
bad.
Steve said about the comments about Muslims, the comments about.
When did they start shooting each other? This sounds like a potentially very racist thing. Obama touched the base of your membrane. Okay, Mia, we have to have a talk. Okay, we have to have a talk. What's going on here?
Mexican immigrants. Why does he
never
need-
about Mexican immigrants, never about Muslims, about terrorists and about criminals and rapists. These are very important delineations to make. And if you believe
I
that
think
what
you
fed the media
understand,
about,
or
oh, it's
I
all
think
Mexican immigrants, I think it's more of you being, oh man, these poor Mexicans, they need to be supported. It's more of that savior complex. Wow,
What was
we're
the
back
rationale
again.
behind axing or trying to axe DACA? These people were registered with the federal government, they were in school, they were doing everything that they needed to do. They had no home elsewhere. They were brought into this country as minors. Like, what's the explanation for that?
I think that requires more nuance. Like I mentioned before, I think there were some
for their
people.
education.
I think
Why
there
would
were
you
some
wanna kick
people
them out?
feeding him bad policy advice, thinking, "Oh, this will be really good for your base," and he's doing a lot as a president.
That's okay. That's okay if we feel
I made an Obama goon post. I did. I forgot about that one.
that way. But
So if I take responsibility for something, if I say he has responsibility for something, well then you're right. But if I'm saying, well, maybe there's some people around him advising him falsely,
Dude,
it's infantilizing.
He was the president.
There's no good way.
He called the shots.
But if someone was
What are
about
you
to-
talking about?
The only path forward to solving illegal immigration starts with amnesty for everybody here. The reality is there's some 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants here. We're not deporting them all.
With the people who are already here, that's a lot more.
I like how you can tell that he went on one of those classic Destiny tangents after that, but they just like cut it off immediately.
Of a messy, nuanced conversation. But as far as people coming in, I do think we need stronger borders and actual like vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go ahead and you pass this particular bill, we'll give these people amnesty and we're done. And it didn't happen. We didn't. Illegal immigration continued.
There's 10 to 15 illegal immigrants here. There's 8 people in the room. Destiny, stop lying. He's carrying them all in his pocket. He's got like a little pocket of like non-white people who he like carries around just so he can make that point. I love how conservatives accuse liberals of using minorities as pawns for their agenda because cons literally cannot conceptualize empathy. It's interesting, right? It's just them literally like being incapable of like imagining somebody with a different genuine worldview that doesn't center around like greed.
Even after Reagan already said we will give these people amnesty. So that's why we get a burr up our butt, because he had already done it.
Hopefully the devil's giving him amnesty.
True.
That's terrible.
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
True.
Wow.
Ninth circle, baby.
My political
He got so upset over that. He got so angry.
Base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
Wow.
Ninth circle, baby.
my political
Why is he taking it so seriously? Bro's offended on behalf of Ronald fucking Reagan. Him, a black man. Oh my god. You gotta be so fucked in the head, dude.
beliefs have changed.
That's so
from the
depressing.
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And my parents were always pretty political, so I always
Little bro thinks he's Thomas Sowell. True.
stayed political. I was very religious as a teenager. Sometime during college and then afterwards, especially during COVID,
Waiting for the Maggie Thatch mention. It wouldn't surprise me.
my sister actually indoctrinated me into a more leftist position. And
This is interesting. I feel like, yeah, me as well, having an older sister, who's like, my sister growing up was like a full-on like Tumblr feminist type, literally on Tumblr and following all the kind of social prescriptions that were made on there. And that was interesting because it was a very much like an equalizing force for me, because I was exposed to lots of different things and I looked at different ideas and where they, and tried to figure them out, and my sister would always give me input, and though my sister was often kind of annoying about it, it did lead me to like a solid perspective of like a medium, because it was like Tumblr radfem bullshit. You were anti-SJW when you were like 10. Yeah, it like stopped me from that. You got unironically radicalized by me? Really? I didn't know. I don't know how much I've changed there. But based, I'm glad. Yeah, that's what I'm here to do. What am I drinking? This is nothing special. This is just a little lemon drink. It's not even got alcohol in it. I would like to have some beer though. Maybe next stream, maybe next stream we'll have a little drinking stream, because I would like to do that eventually. It'd be fun. You were less leftist than when we started talking. That's fair. I feel like, hold on. Most people do have inherently fairly left-wing values. They just don't understand how to effectively translate that into politics. And they have limitations to it, right? Like people will say they'll be like, it's like MAGA communists, right? Like they recognize the possible benefits of things like communists or like a socialist system, but they want it exclusively for their in-group. So it's kind of, you have to build people out to imagine the in-group being larger, and not just limited to what they previously believed, and also just kind of help them figure out policies that will actually help them reach their goal. Because most people will like feel like that, but then they'll support policies that like accidentally hurt that, and they don't really realize it. You've been gradually making your parents more progressive base. Yeah, I think I have too. Like I've like my mum, is like a local politician. So I had a lot of influence from her. She's like in the Social Democrat Party, but I kind of brought her over more leftist, and kind of made her like take back some like shitty Libby takes, and I think I've especially made a lot of progress with like my parents' views on trans people, because I've had a lot of trans friends and I've had to argue with them and talk to them about it and explain things, and now they're like really, really good about it, and now they like just usually have like the correct opinion off the bat, which is really satisfying and rewarding to see. Like I get so much joy out of seeing people develop and improve and kind of change for the better, which is like why I wanted to become a teacher for a really long time, and I still kind of do. I might at some point, but there's tons of other shit I want to do. But like seeing that happen is like the best thing. That's what like keeps me alive, The furthest right I ever got was like shoe on head anti-feminist stuff circa 2016. Luckily it didn't really fall down the algorithm pipeline. Yeah, it's you got to be careful. Also, it's interesting because the algorithms are so much more powerful now, right? Like if we compare like YouTube from, well, as you said, like 7 years ago, or to TikTok now, right? You'll see a crazy fucking difference. Like the way that like TikTok and now other social medias as well, but TikTok especially, are designed to like take you down rabbit holes and to constantly feed you more and more and more of one thing, is so dangerous. It's so dangerous. My mum used to be a wine mum. I'm with her liberal, but I've turned her into a progressive. That's good. Well done. Very base. Arguing with my parents literally always results in my mum just going silent and playing on her phone. My dad starts yelling schizo ramblings about Obama and shit. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a intentional consequence of how how the GOP has functioned, right? Like they want people isolated. It's like a cult. It is exactly like a cult in that regard, as in they we talked about this with Scientology, that you have to make people believe things that feel like quite outlandish and hard to defend, so they do get excommunicated by their families, and so they do have to excommunicate their families themselves because they have such radically, different beliefs. Yeah, you're a leftist, still anti-communist. I mean, okay, sure, if you want to be. Your dad was a centrist, and now he's even more left-wing than your mum. Based? My entire family wants to, or is in work that takes care of people, like nursery, being a doctor, or mental health profession. That's really nice, yeah. And that, like, creates, good people. Like, I've, working in those kind of environments, I've, like, met, like, the best individuals, and that's so nice. Like I went to a school for a while that was like, dedicated to learning about like raising and pedagogy and like dealing with kids and stuff and teaching people stuff. And the people in my class were like the nicest people because they wanted that. They cared about people, they were kind, they were empathetic, and It was just like such a fucking nice environment to be in. Or I went to did a little course on giving creative psychotherapy, which is like basically just like art therapy and how that works. And the group of people I was with there who also wanted to learn about that were like just the nicest, most wonderful, like kind. Like I really like learned to love them in like the 2 weeks that I was there, because they were just such lovely people. So yeah, those kind of spaces, like you'll meet some really great folks. It's much more difficult to break into the opposing side's algorithm on TikTok too. Yeah. I mean, it'll keep on feeding you exactly what you want, and it's like it'll be scared to not give you that. YouTube Shorts is a lot like how the main YouTube algorithm was in 2016. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's just like the algorithm on YouTube in 2016 or that the content was all awful back then. Like, you know, like just, I mean, I remember having like a very, very hard time finding people who would like be giving progressive takes back then, because it was just such an unpopular kind of embarrassing move, you know, because like if you gave a progressive take, then you cared, you're cucked, you know, you have empathy. And that's kind of like the internet was in a very reactionary stage there where that was kind of like cringe. So I didn't remember seeing that like anywhere, you know, whenever people would be progressive, they would always like lead it up with like, I'm no SJW or something, you know. They'd be like, don't worry, I am racist, but you know, it was, I don't know, it was weird and uncomfortable. And I remember, yeah, really not enjoying that phase. I witnessing it like kind of get worse as well was just really strange, you know, like seeing people get more and more comfortable saying fuck shit was so weird. Not going to start about a fight in communism in this chat. Oh no, please don't. I mean, on communism, it doesn't really matter right now, you know? What matters is what's achievable in like the next 100 years, and communism isn't really there. So why bother? Anytime I say that to my parents, they adamantly deny being Republicans or conservatives. That's interesting. They've got like Tim Pool syndrome. How does that happen? Interesting. Because a lot of that is like driven by identity, but then again, I guess the Republicans have done so much shit that you kind of want to like disconnect yourself a lot of the time. The left lacked a lot of teeth back in 2016. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we had, that's like, yeah, I like that time, that I was like, on the internet, I did I wanted to be that, right? I wanted to be the scary lefty who's actually gonna piss you off, you know, little 13-year-old me. I just, you know, went around arguing with people, telling them they're stupid and kill themselves and all that in Minecraft. Yeah. So, but I'm just glad I had the social awareness to not fall into that, you know. YouTube Shorts algorithm occasionally tries to give me right-wing creators, even if I click DNR and never lefty shit when I boost it as much as possible. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like they will push that upon you, and especially if you fit certain demographic information, they'll do that. Like I've got a friend, and all he does is listen to like fucking metal bullshit on Spotify, and yet he's constantly got like Jordan Peterson and like Joe Rogan interviewing like Hitler and stuff, like advertised to him, and like these really quite right-wing things, even though I know for a fact that he's very progressive, right? So I don't know. Mia follows 88 people on Twitter right now. Yeah, she probably did that on purpose. She's a no. The only people I really watched back in the anti-SJW era was Chris Reagan and Shu. None of the others really retained my interest. I like that best mascot motherfucker. I don't know who you're talking about there. Yeah. I mean, I watched like mostly I just watched commentary, but that was always like underlaid with like these like undertones of like conservatism. Like if you watch Leafy or whatever, some of the shit he says. What kind of music do I like? I like a variety. Mostly I listen to like rap and like alternative or like old school hip hop or like jazz or Shit, what else do I listen to? Oh my god, I don't even know. I'm blanking right now. Mostly, thing is, most of the time when I'm listening to stuff, I listen to podcasts. Like, I like the, I really like the, I really like just listening to a conversation and kind of trying to figure it out. There's something much more, like, satisfying and stimulating to me about that than listening to music, which yeah, I don't know. I used to listen to music a lot more, but then I kind of, like, found the stuff I liked, and that was kind of, and then I didn't really find much more, and I kind of got tired of finding new shit. So, yeah. Cannot believe woke cucks cancelled him over simple political beliefs. True. Sockdem lad has brain rot, but I don't think he's a Hitlerite. I don't know. It's hard to say. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. You're becoming addicted to ratioing Sockdem lad. Oh wait, have you done it? Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That's great. Good job, Mia. Another W. Wait, here we are. I'll post it in chat for you. Go like Mia's tweet so we can ratio Sockdem lad even harder. I fucking hate that guy. Absolute loser. Blocked him a while ago. Okay, let's pop back in.
I overcorrected a little bit. I started becoming pretty cringy as far as, like, you know, sit down and let...
Oh yeah, folks, also don't forget to like the stream.
You know,
Cheers.
let the minorities all talk, right? Don't say anything, don't speak over them, etc. They would, you know, it was like the whole you can't speak over Candace Owens even if she's literally a Nazi kind of thing. So I
He is so sassy. These reactions. There is
Nazi
no
kind of thing.
world
So,
in which this guy is heterosexual.
I stand by that. So yeah, I kind of leveled out, thankfully, and I'm less cringe now.
Did you? Are you?
I cringed.
Yeah. This is leveled out. Imagine if we would have been here a year ago.
I mean, yeah, this that kind of belief though that like you can't insult you can't tell a black person to shut up because they know more about issues than you. That's something like my sister would say, right? And that's like the kind of thing where I'd be like, hold on, that seems really stupid. This seems bad, and then I would have a hard time arguing it because like if you disagreed, then you're like evil, and that was kind of the vibe, which is kind of what fucked over like SJ progressives then as well. Destiny's getting crazy head. Look at his face. Look, again, I don't think this is crazy head. I think everyone looks a bit stoned.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I am being cringe. Who cares?
So I grew up conservative, but I did have more left-leaning ideas about like Black Lives Matter and critical race theory, and I was kind of...
Now she doesn't believe they matter anymore.
I was watching a lot of YouTube, and you know, I did agree that black people were oppressed and all of these different things, and that we were kind of got the short end of the stick. And during 2020, when there was, you know, everything crazy was happening, and I started organizing rallies against the mandates because I thought that they were just totally unconstitutional and un-American. And then George Floyd dies.
Rules, unconstitutional and un-American.
And initially I was like enraged like everybody else, and then it started to become this weird like political like agenda masquerading or behind his face. Like it just, the face of what was actually happening started to peel off, and I was like, oh, I mean,
we're still at this segment. Do you want to move past it? Do you want to do a different thing? How are we feeling, folks? Are we entertained by this, or would we like to do a new thing? We can click yes if you're entertained, click no if you're not. I should have given wording there. Okay, so no if you want to stop and we do something else, we kind of discover a different topic, or yes if you want to keep going. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. There we are. All the votes are in, and I'm waiting for it to show up. Here we are. Okay. No wins with 60%. Okay. What would we like to do then? In that case, we what kind of content could we get into? I'm not sure where we could go. Somebody made a suggestion earlier. Somebody said something. We could take a look. You're welcome. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. North Korea. Sure. Okay, let's have a look at North Korea. So North Korea, you wanted to know about defector thingies being interesting. You already know it? You want me to check it out? Yeah, I know. That's my assumption. Don't worry. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, let's hold on for a second because I'm a little tired. Let's just sit here, just for a moment and calm. There we are. Don't worry, I'm not ending the stream, okay? I just like the I like the nice jazz music, okay?
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
I love this. I gotta get more of these. Do we have any suggestions? Reddit relationship advice opinions? What do you mean? You want to look at them? You want to see what people's opinion? Or you're asking me about my opinions on Reddit relationship advice? I don't know. Wait, answer that first. Can we look at r/real life stories? Real life stories. Heels versus babyface? What? Wait, that sounds bad. That shouldn't happen. I need the oh my god singing sound? No, that sounds too bad. That sounds I'm trying to toe the line. Go through relationship advice and give my opinions on the post. Maybe. Let's just synthesize a couple of options for what we should look at and then we can vote on it. You know, maintain the Karl Marx democracy. All right. What do we think we should do? So one of the suggestions is Reddit. We could. I'll say Reddit as one individual option. What else? What else is there, folks? We could probably. I could probably try and find some more entertaining, insane conservative shit somewhere. Maxocracy. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's what we love here. All right. We're proud of it. What the fuck? I went on my YouTube recommended on my Max's streaming account where I look at all the like horrible conservative propaganda, and the first thing is Rick Astley. No. Do I care about it to do enough to do the Elon Musk shit? Well, I don't know. It depends on if there's anything new to say about it, you know, because a lot of the Elon Musk shit has been said like 1,000,000 times. You know, over 1,000,000 like different fucking occasions where he's done something stupid and ignorant. Oh, there's a Trump speech. There's a Trump speech.
All of the rest.
There's a Trump speech, folks. We have content.
2,000 mules. Look at what they did with that. Thousands and thousands and thousands of votes on tape, on camera.
Okay. Look, we don't have to vote on this, okay? Look. Wait, I mean, we can vote on this, but I feel like everyone likes a good Trump speech. I want to see what he says. This is live.
Crap going on. I never even thought of this one. Trump didn't really believe he won the election. Let me tell you, people that know me say, that's one thing I tell you. There was never
oh my god, look at how wet he is. This man is soaked. You could send him down a water slide with no water and he'd go down at 100 kilometers an hour. He would go. Can I turn him up?
And they go after the people that want to prove that it was rigged and stolen so it never happens. They go after them. They don't go after the people that rigged it, okay?
He's really
we'll
just...
see how it all turns out, you know?
This is a terrible look in court. Look at how wet he is. Okay, calm down.
Was right about everything. Ultimately,
is he... I wonder if he's complained about the lights
yet.
So
in other words, I'll be the only politician in American history not allowed
I'll be the only politician.
Because of our corrupt system. Sir, you're not allowed to speak on the show. In other words, I'll come in and I'll say, hi, everybody. Listen, not allowed to speak. Please.
Hi, everybody.
If you would. Bye. And all I
That's
can say
exactly
is
what
that
Ron
never-ending
DeSantis
witch
is
hunt
like.
continues
things, and we have exposed so much nobody's ever
He's
thought.
so
I have
greased up,
exposed
dipped
so
in
much.
deep frying oil.
Incredible. But do not fear.
Yeah.
We will win bigger
He's
and better
he's
than
all
ever
lubed
before.
up and ready to like wrestle somebody. I need a soundbite of him saying
the
bye.
presidential election in 2020,
I would
and
like
we're not
that.
going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not
Oh
gonna
my
allow it
god.
to happen.
He's just, this is,
We're not going to allow it to happen, New Hampshire.
he's just not holding back at all.
And you're such an important state.
How many
you know?
Trump lawyers have quit? Or wait, didn't they all go to prison, actually? I mean, no wonder. Tell them to bring out the baby oil. It's true. Oh, I need a fucking, I need DJ Khaled sound
Back in
thingies.
the line, and I said, nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Okay, I am kind of bored by this, actually.
You are in the position.
Is he actually going to say anything interesting?
Joe Biden is the most incompetent and corrupt president in U.S. history.
That's so fucking funny.
And
Of
money
course.
from China, Ukraine,
China?
Russia, all these places he has to deal with, and so many others. And now, whenever more Biden corruption is exposed, his henchmen charge me with a crime. You know, when they get something on Biden, oh, let's add on another indictment to that stupid indictment that we filed. Let's add on another one, because that takes the news cycle. Unfortunately, I get disproportionate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna find much juice in this. He's kind of just saying the same shit he usually does. Let's have a look at the comments though. Let's see if there's anything enlightening happening down here. Bye bye democracy. Hello chemicals in your water. Now this is an interesting one. This is complex. He's saying Biden's taking away democracy and putting chemicals in the water. Joan Biden. She's gonna take away all the water. She's gonna make it gross and pink. Yeah, Joan Biden. That's Biden once the egg finally cracks.
I'm sure it's wrong. But in that little cubicle where it was, there would be normally thousands of fingerprints, people meet her. There were none. It was cleaned. It was so clean. It's the kind of place I'd like to be, actually, clean. I like cleanliness. But
He's thinking about going to prison.
Every time the radical left Democrats,
He's thinking about
Marxists,
prison.
communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great, great, great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you.
Wow, he's really making himself Jesus.
But never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who are going to stop them. It takes brave people to stop these radical lunatics. It takes brave people. They're sick people. They want to take away my
This is interesting. Okay, let's leave that for now. I'm kind of bored by him saying the same shit. He did everything right. Okay. Wait, I wanted to have a look at something interesting I found, which I wanted to run by you folks. So I wanted to have a look at this with you guys. I'm gonna do a little I wanted to do a little quiz actually, but I might have to I might have to hold on to that for now. What I want to do, or shall you what? No, I'm gonna keep it secret for now. I'll keep it secret for now, and we'll take a look at that another time. Are we not doing Reddit? Okay, look, let's have a look. Let's think about this again. What are we? I'll leave this on the background for stimulation, but we're not going to listen to him. What would we like to do? We could do Reddit. We could do we could find more fucking videos. Fucking Reddit. Find more conservative propaganda. We can probably, sift through the usual bullshit. We can have a look at PragerU. We can have a look at, Ben Shabibo, Matt Walsh, those types. See if there's anything happening there. We can have a look at that. We could jump into Alex Jones. I know that he's probably live around this time. If that's something that you'd be interested in. I don't know. We can find something. Lego flower assembly reaction. I don't think we'll do that one. Okay, wait. I'll throw in Alex Jones as a wild card. Okay. All right. There we are. The poll is up, folks. The poll is up. We have the option Reddit propaganda videos, so we just go and have a look at some bullshit propaganda from conservatives, the usual thing. Or we can do Alex Jones, which is a specific type of propaganda, but he's also like live right now, so you know maybe there'd be like content in that. But I'm not really sure. Okay, we got 2 votes for Reddit, 1 vote for propaganda videos. Come on, get your votes in. If there's anybody else, I don't know if there's anybody else, but if there is anybody else, get your vote in. Go on, give us your opinion. Quick. Come up to the stand. Do the thing. Okay. Oh, great. Now it's like equal. Okay. Look, I know there's more of you in here. Okay, I see 8 watching here. Okay, come on. We gotta get at least 1 more vote. Once we get 5 votes, I'll decide what to do. Okay. Either you vote Reddit or you vote propaganda videos, or you make it really tough on us and you vote Alex Jones, and then we need a 6th voter. Come on. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, please, 5, 4. Fucking vote. God damn it. Okay. So it's between Reddit and propaganda videos. What do we do from here? Okay, finally, thank God. Holy shit, thank you. Okay, propaganda videos wins at 60%. The vote is over. Okay, we got it in. Okay, sure. Let's do that. Let's jump into some propaganda videos. I mean, we can always do the other option just a bit later on, you know? It doesn't mean that we're not going to do it at all. Okay, here we are. Oh wow. We have a beautiful propaganda video here. Slavoj Žižek.
Love is not idealization. Every true lover knows that if you really love a woman or a man, that you don't idealize him or her. Love means that you accept a person with all its failures, stupidities, ugly points, and nonetheless, the person is absolute for you. Everything like that makes life worth living, but you see perfection in imperfection.
I love
itself.
This man.
And that's how we should learn to love the world. True ecologist loves all this.
Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. I like that. That's a very wholesome perspective. He is spitting. He's spitting hard. Okay, Mr. Dr. Jordan Peterson reveals his solution to motivate Gen Z. We could have a look at that. Bronies to stop running and start eating. Okay, that seems like a little edit with American Psycho. You can really see what kind of shit I've been looking at on this account, right? You can really tell how bad it is. Queen for a day? Oh no, that's terrifying. GB News, see if there's anything interesting there. I want to get stuff from interesting stuff from biased terrible news sources. Vivek Ramaswamy campaigns in Chicago, talks to voters while getting his haircut in a barber shop. That's interesting. That's kind of a move, honestly. I can't lie. It's kind of a move. Talking to people while something that they relate to or happens to them is smart, I feel like. I'm not sure how effective that will be, but that is interesting. That is interesting. That's an interesting approach. I gotta pull up the Ramaswamy playlist. The Ramaswamy playlist? Is there one? Is there a Ramaswamy playlist? Or does he have like a playlist? Did he have a playlist that got like leaked or something? His music. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, PragerU. Yeah, fucking Ramaswamy likes to listen to like Imagine Dragons, and that's all I remember, honestly. That's bad enough, right? PragerU? That's right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's have a look at PragerU. Let's see what PragerU's up to. Okay. Hollywood has race swapped Jesus. Okay, this sounds serious, folks. This sounds really serious and important.
Hollywood race swapped Jesus Christ. No, I'm not kidding. Vanity Fair just posted.
No! You're saying Jesus Christ, the Middle Eastern man, isn't white anymore? No!
That a new movie produced by Jay-Z, The Book of Clarence.
Wait, I think I hear my cat. Hold on. Teddy? Teddy? I'm hallucinating. Okay.
Pulls in classical biblical figures like Jesus and Mary Magdalene, but all with an unexpected twist.
Oh, take care.
They'll be people of color. I must be reading a different Bible than Jay-Z because last time I checked, Jesus Christ was born in the Middle East. Putting that aside, race swapping these characters.
Okay, I mean, if he's fine with Jesus being Middle Eastern instead of black, then I mean, okay. But also, like, it doesn't fucking matter. The Bible's made up, you know? It's some bullshit, all right? Who cares? It's just some guy, you know? White people project themselves onto Jesus all the time. You're not gonna let a black guy do it? Like, have a look at, like, 90% of Jesus depictions in America. And yeah, why do you know your name? I mean, probably because I've referred to you by it and because you had it in your bio. People know that. Yeah.
Is probably the least unexpected thing they could do, given the recent trends out of Hollywood. And if you forgot, here are some of my favorites. Race swapping Cleopatra.
Okay. Race swapping Cleopatra was insane. Why would you do that? don't do weird historical revisionism. That's strange.
Mermaid. Our beloved Snow White. 3 out of 4 characters from Scooby-Doo. And there's a few more characters that I can't quite remember right now, but...
Well, it's when you have these like squad stories where you have like 5 different characters and every one of them are like white, even though like a lot of people in like the places that they're marketing to do like they're not just exclusively white, they know black people, they're fine with them. And so they adjusted it, and that's fine. That's fine. Who cares? They're made up characters. It doesn't matter. Look at Black Madonna. Oh no, I'll have a look at that after this.
Yeah.
Snow White literally doesn't matter. Yeah. I mean, my main issue with that is that it's shit clearly done to feed into the conservative culture war bullshit, and it feels kind of like a version of tokenization by that degree, you know? Like it feels like they're kind of exploiting racism, and it's really weird. I don't know how I like feel about that, you know? Like I also think they should be making news stories rather than rehashing shit that came out 70 years ago, but you know.
And of course, no Hollywood race swap is complete without a white antagonist. Every movie doesn't need to be perfectly accurate, but it feels like there's an
white antagonist. Weren't they Romans? Weren't there like plenty white Romans? I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they did try to like project like you know, racial oppression onto the Bible story, which I mean, it's like kind of unnecessary, but then again, people have been doing that for ages, and you know, like depicting yourself as like Jesus or something in some way is like it's kind of an age-old artistic practice, you know? It's not really something you can be like, oh, this just happened for the first time ever, and it's crazy, it's bad, and it's terrible, you know? Like it's just a thing that's been going on.
Agenda going on when oftentimes the only characters that aren't race swapped are the white ones that end up being the villains, the buffoons, or the antagonists. What do you guys think?
I think I don't really care, mate. I'm sorry. I just don't really give a shit. Doesn't really matter that much, does it? Redhead Mary Jane Watson isn't even going anywhere. She's still in the Spider-Verse. Yeah. I mean, that's also kind of part of the reason they did the multiverse shit, I feel like, is because they can cater to every single demographic. They can be like, hey, look, it's one like you, you know? And that's like a really good marketing move. So I think that's a large portion of what that might be. And it does kind of defeat the argument that they're only exclusively going to have, you know, they're only exclusively going to have like a black character and get rid of a white one or something like that, you know? I have so much historical knowledge on the niche of people using the word Jesus trope because of my Polish teacher. Base. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's like it's such an old thing, you know? And it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like an interesting way to tell a story. And also because Christianity and the story of Christianity is so present in modern reality. It's kind of a power move to take that and make it your own in a way, you know, to kind of reject the given story of it, you know. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's like a good thing, right? It's like repurposing some like an art in a way, you know, which a story can be. Oh no, PragerU is now in Oklahoma schools. That's not good. Surprise, lower expectations for the black community may be at play. Let's have a look at this one.
Traffic Piper 140 November Delta is maneuvering.
Oh, okay. Well, she's right. Okay.
On the blue water tanks to enter the downwind for one way.
This went viral on TikTok with millions of views. It was posted to Twitter. It went viral on Twitter with millions of views.
Madonna. Okay, fine. All right, let's see. Black Madonna, the term Black Madonna or Black Virgin to refer to statues or paintings in the Western Christendom of the Blessed Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus, where both figures are depicted with dark skin. Examples of the Black Madonna can be found in both Catholic and Orthodox churches. The paintings are usually icons which are Byzantine or Origin in style, and some of which were produced in the 13th or 14th century Italy. Other examples from the Middle East, Caucasus, or Africa, mainly Egypt or Ethiopia, are even older. Statues are often made of wood. So why? Is it just, is there like a specific reason before it? Did I miss that? Like, I mean, it seems fine. I'm just interested in the in the cause for it. We have Hispanic. We also have Hispanic Virgin Marys based. People have always done that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that would make sense. With religious figures, what, like made them look dark skinned? That's interesting. I feel like a lot of modern depictions, I mean, even historical depictions of like evil things have been like also dark skinned though. Oh, made them their own race? Right, but I assume because this is Polish that it would be done by white people. Because I thought Poland, believe Poland is very, very, very white, right? Okay. All right, let's go back to this.
I was thinking, that's kind of crazy to be a girl of this age flying a plane. I am scared of flying. You guys know that. I get a whole bunch of anxiety around it, so I sure as hell would never want to be a pilot. But some of the
Poland was multi-ethnic back then? Okay, base.
messages in her comments really got me thinking, and got me thinking about this idea of the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Yeah, okay. I mean, then she's not wrong. She's not wrong. She's kind of, this is a thing that I talked about as well on Twitter. I posted about it when it happened. I was like, hey, this one tweet being like, oh, wow, a black lady can fly a plane? And it was from like a black woman. I was like, yeah, this is a little funky, you know, this is a little strange. Ah, okay. Man, I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy. Let's watch one more. Every American needs to hear this speech by PragerU. That does sound interesting. Let's have a look at this, and then I think we'll wind down because I'm getting sleepy. I don't want to overextend myself. But let's have a look at what the speech is that every American needs to hear.
If every high school principal gave the
following... Oh my god, sorry, trigger warning. Dennis Prager.
...following speech, America would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new principal and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to teach young people.
Said nobody ever. Bro, who talks like that? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you having a stroke?
I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school. First, this school will no longer honor race or ethnicity.
What? Wait a minute. Wait, what are you trying to say, mister? You're not honoring race? I can say it now?
I could not care less if you are black, brown, red, yellow, or white.
Ooh, that's always a funny thing. Throwing in red there to make the yellow seem less racist. Look, I see what you're doing, Dennis. I see what's going on here. I don't think you're I think you'll get away with that one. Also, what's with the almost German flag here? What's he trying to say? The black, red, and yellow?
I could not care less if your origins are African, European, Latin American, or Asian, or if your ancestors arrived here on the Mayflower.
Dennis Prager saying coming is a crime against your ears. Oh my god. Don't make me think about Dennis Prager. Don't put Dennis Prager and coming in the same sentence again, please.
Or on slave ships. The only identity this school will recognize is your individual identity.
Which cannot be informed by your race at all. That has never happened. There have never been, you know, communities or, you know, like, traits picked up on by groups because it's like a common thing that they respect or value. That's never happened, ever.
Your character, your...
When a woman is not in the mood, part 1 of 2. Oh my god, wait, that's a thing he did, didn't he? Yeah, this man's like a fucking... This man is like... He's probably like on like the rapist leaderboards. He's at the very top.
Scholarship.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, speculating, but like, I don't know. The vibes and everything he says, and also the rate of sexual abuse among people like him, you know?
Your humanity.
It wouldn't surprise
and the
me.
only national identity this school will recognize is American.
Yeah, you have to be nationalistic. If you're not from America and you're proud of that, kill yourself.
This is an American public school, and American public schools were created to make better Americans.
Ew. What the fuck?
If you wish to affirm here an ethnic or racial identity or a national identity other than American, you will have to attend another school.
I'm Hitler. I'm literally Hitler. I really hate all black people, and you should all kill yourselves.
This includes after-school clubs. I will not authorize clubs that divide students based on identities such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or whatever else may become in vogue in our society.
Wow, I cannot believe that he's banning the white people club. You know that he was probably a member of that, right? Like if his school did have any groups that were like, this is the hangout group for people who are primarily this group, he's like, where is the white pride group? Where is it? I need one. I need the white club.
Those clubs cultivate narcissism, an unhealthy preoccupation with the self.
Oh yeah, because like, you know, hyper-nationalism doesn't do that.
While the purpose of education is to get you to think beyond yourself. The school's clubs will be based on interests and passions, clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of art, music, astronomy.
Those things that have never had any influence from race or there's never been anything to do with race happening there ever. It's not important at all to any of these things.
Languages you do not already speak.
Especially not that one.
And more. If the only extracurricular activities you can imagine being interested in are those based on ethnicity, race, or sexual identity, that means that little outside of yourself really interests you. Second,
wait a minute. Little outside of yourself really interests you. But don't talk about anybody unless they're exactly like me, okay? Or else.
I do not care whether English is your native language. My only interest in terms of language is that you leave this school speaking and writing English as fluently as possible.
Okay.
The English language has united America's citizens for over 200 years.
I mean, that's reasonable. I mean, people should be able to learn the language of the country that they live in, I think.
And it will unite us at this school. Furthermore,
But like, I feel like schools that are like on border states, if there is like a strong, you know, presence of non-English speakers, I think having like a bilingual school is also good. Or just like a multinational school, where you welcome the differences. Just make sure you have no other national identity apart from American. Exactly.
Would be remiss in my duty to
He's not Hitler, I swear.
ensure that you will be prepared to successfully compete in the job market if you leave this school without excellent English language skills. We will learn other languages here. It's deplorable that most Americans only speak English. But if you want classes taught in your native language rather than in English, this is not the right school for you.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's why like international schools exist though. I mean, is there any school in America where they just like taught lessons in a different language without it being like an explicitly different language class? Isn't that the point of like those classes?
Third, because I regard learning as a sacred endeavor, everything in this school will reflect learning's elevated status. This means...
This feels fascistic. I don't know where it's going, but it feels fascistic. I know I'm maybe saying that a bit early, but like, when people are like, this thing we now need to see as holy. We need to put it on a pedestal. Okay, you need to worship it. That to me screams that something's about to go very wrong.
Among other things, that
it is going in some type of Hitler direction, right? I bet if we look at Hitler's what like schools were like under Nazi Germany, I bet these similar kind of messages, I bet it'll be like almost exactly the same. Tell you what, we'll have a look at that after.
You and your teachers will dress accordingly. There will be a dress code at this school. And you will address all teachers by their title, not by their first name.
Who gives a fuck? I mean, whenever I had a teacher, or whenever I had a figure of authority, it was never a teacher. I don't think this ever happened with a teacher. Whenever I had a figure of authority who I knew I could, who I could refer to by first name, I felt I trusted them a lot more because there was a there was like a flat hierarchy. You don't have like this clear differentiation of I am better, you are not, right? That's like a big part of my like approach to education as well. Like when I'm talking to people or when I'm like teaching something, is fully respecting the person, regardless of their like status or capability. Like most of the time, right? As long as they're in good faith, and they're trying, then you should be respecting them. And you should be trying your absolute best to, you know, as long as other people afford you respect, you should reflect that back at them. Yeah, but obviously this kind of enforcing the hierarchy does not work. Me and Mr. Jones, I have no idea what you're talking about.
They are your teachers, not your pals.
Oof.
Fourth, no obscene language will be taught.
You know, this guy's like the most abusive father. If he ever had kids, which he probably did, because these people love fucking spawning more like demons.
Tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By obscene language, I mean the words banned on radio and television, plus epithets such as the B word, even when addressed by one girl to another, or the N word, even when used by one black student to another.
I mean, okay. I think that's fine. I mean, I feel like a lot of schools like don't really allow swearing in front of teachers. I don't know. It depends on where you are, really. I mean, if it's like the norm to not allow swearing, then yeah. The N-word, just 110 followers. You hit 110. Good job.
It is my intent that by the time you leave this school, you will be among the few your age to distinguish between the elevated and the degraded, the holy and the obscene. Fifth,
degraded. Yeah, I'm surprised that this, you know what? They probably like replaced degenerate in the script with that 100%. You know, he wanted to say it. That's why he went with the Doug direction.
Will end all self-esteem programs. In this school,
no self-esteem allowed.
School, self-esteem will be attained in only one way. The only way self-esteem can be attained, by earning it. One immediate consequence,
holy shit, this guy's fucking awful,
is that graduating classes will have one valedictorian. 10
followers since the last date. Nice. Good shit, man.
Not 8. Sixth
Wait,
and last.
What did he just say?
I am reorienting is that graduating classes will have one valedictorian, not 8. Sixth and last.
Why?
I am reorienting the school toward academics and away from politics and propaganda.
Oh yeah, this guy hates propaganda. This guy despises propaganda. Away from politics, towards academics, away from politics, because there's no overlap there. Coming from PragerU, the very academic, non-political channel.
No more time will be devoted to racism, sexism.
No, Dennis, how are you going to survive? You can't do that.
Islamophobia.
Dennis, this is like every. Wait.
More time will be devoted to racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, global warming, tobacco, or gender identity. No more classes will be devoted to condom wearing and teaching you to regard sexual relations as no more than a health issue. And there will be no more attempts to convince you that you are a victim because you are not white.
My condom wearing classes. Dog, how am I going to learn how to wear condoms anymore? I've been practicing for weeks.
Or male, or heterosexual, or Christian. This school will have failed if any of you graduate without considering him or herself inordinately lucky. Lucky to be alive, and lucky to be an American.
What the fuck? If your whole thing is set on making people feel lucky to be alive, you're a scary fucking person. What the fuck does that mean? That's like the kind of person who like tries pretends to shoot you, but with an unloaded gun is like, hey, don't worry, I'm just playing around. You feel lucky, right? What kind of psycho shit is that? Not propaganda. There's nothing propagandistic about this. What the fuck are you talking about, Mia?
Now please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our...
Oh, there's nothing. That was great. Nothing propagandistic.
Country. As many of you do not know the words, your teachers will hand them out to you.
What? Don't plenty of American kids know the words to the Pledge of Allegiance because they're forced to say it? Isn't that a not uncommon thing in a lot of places?
I'm Dennis Prager.
That's such an awkward way to end the video. I'm gonna end that stream. I'm gonna end my streams by saying that. I'm Karl Marx. Gone. Put that on a soundboard. I'm Dennis Prager. Maybe that would be pretty funny. Holy shit, man! What a fucking video. This is one of their most popular videos, by the way, at 5.7 million views. It's quite a fucking terrifying amount. Nearly thought I was gonna end stream. I know. I'm pulling a fast one on you. Oh man, I need to fucking call my Wi-Fi provider because I'm not gonna be able to go back to fucking shitty Wi-Fi again. It's gonna make me so sad. It's gonna make me so sad. Watch Dave Rubin Why I Left the Left. Oh, isn't it kind of depressing and annoying now? Jordan Peterson debunks white privilege would be interesting. I would like to watch that. Are we living on stolen land? PragerU, a short history of slavery, historian reaction. Oh, this is a real historian. Okay. Who wouldn't want universal basic income? Okay, no, let's have a look at this. I would like to see that argument against UBI, because that would be interesting. The gay Obama interview? Is that, wait, which interview was that? Is there one with Obama, or is this about gay Obama? I'm just gonna look up gay Obama interview. New UBI study literally just came out proving it works. Oh really? Based? Oh wait, okay, right. Gay Obama. Oh yeah, Tucker is such a fucking he's so funny. He makes me giggle. Tucker Carlson interviews Larry Sinclair. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's have a look. Content time, baby. Content. In California, they got $500 a month and it helped a bunch. Dude! I fucking, yeah, if I got like that amount of money, I'd be so fucking set because like I like earn a bit more than that. And like 80, not, I don't know if it's 80, probably about 50% of that goes to food on top of like the €100 I get a week I get already for food from my parents, which they like let me survive on, which isn't very much, mind you. So it's fucking brutal. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the guy who apparently, oh wait, this is, okay, it's on Twitter actually, I just realized, yeah. Okay, apparently Obama slept with this guy, Tucker Carlson, gay Obama. Okay, Tucker Carlson, gay Obama. Not words I expected to be looking up. Am I a uni student? Yes, I am, yeah. They did crack together. Oh wow. Okay. Let's have a look at the preview, so we can kind of you know get a little bit No, I don't want to say anything weird. Actually, never mind. We can actually no, never mind. Let's play it.
It sounds like you're looking to party.
Yeah, pulled up in a bar outside.
Oh my god! Holy shit. Okay, maybe this guy is. I mean, I didn't want to doubt he's gay, but he like. Not visually, but then, okay.
Sounds like you're looking to party.
Yeah, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort, and
the Tucker face.
Next thing I know, he's got a little pipe.
I like how Tucker has to act like he doesn't see people doing this on a very regular basis. Like this is one of the most richest fucking like he's in like the uppest echelon of like evil people, and he's gotta act like he doesn't see like people doing like coke off each other's fucking back like regularly. Like come on, man, don't fucking lie, don't fucking bullshit. It's so come on.
He's smoking, so I just started.
It's like a big movie trailer.
Along his thigh,
I know
where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go.
Even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was.
I had no idea who he was.
Let me just ask the obvious question: what was Obama like on crack? Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like what is this?
It definitely wasn't Barack's first time, and I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't as long.
The guy's running for president, and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes. That seems like a story.
Well, it would be a story if the media really cared about telling people the truth.
Okay, that seems fucking stupid. So what do we think? Is this guy lying, or is he telling a glamorized truth? I think he's. I don't know. I'd be interested to see what Obama says about this. Do we know if Obama's said anything? Yeah, he's an attention seeker, 100%. Yeah, I would think so. You know what? What if they just lied about him being Obama? Because he said he was introduced to him as Obama. What if he's not? What if he wasn't actually Obama? What if it was a gay Obama impersonator? Now, this is a conspiracy theory that could work. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, it wouldn't surprise me. But then again, the way that conservatives are, I'm not surprised. I doubt Obama will bother to comment. Yeah, I think Obama's smart enough to know that not giving like things like this attention is probably the way to go, given the amount of shit that's been thrown at him. He couldn't tell the difference because black people look the same to him. Yeah, it wouldn't. Maybe. I mean, if he's coming out like this. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what the interview how this interview goes. I'll make this window a little bit nicer for you folks. But let's hear.
Pretty amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004, Barack Obama...
May I just say, I mean, this is obvious to everyone, but it's so fucking weird that he's treating this as like a massive indictment of Obama's character. He's like, I really, you liberals like this man, but he's gay. That was terrible. But look, I'm tired, I'm a bit baked, and that's okay. But like really, that's like all he's saying, you know? It's really... It's fucking gross. It's really gross.
The keynote address at the Democratic convention.
It's a bit quiet,
in
isn't it?
And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name.
Please subscribe Obama's
totally
cock in immensely too.
No
He's gonna
one
do
knew
it.
Barack Obama. At the time, he was a state senator in Illinois. 4 years later, he once again spoke to the Democratic convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen?
Oh god,
Well,
I
the
fucking
outline-
hate Tucker Carlson. I hate this guy so much. He's just like the. He's like if it's like a Marvel like supervillain type, you know? Like he is the fucking. He's the Daily Bugle fucking runner. You know, like he's just the worst. He is just the worst.
Are fairly well known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors, mostly in Chicago, decided that Barack Obama was their guy.
If you don't know how to pronounce Obama, then you are lying to be racist. Literally, it's like the most easy like thing to pronounce ever, like in history.
He was the vessel for their ambitions. They paid for his campaign. They paved the way for his rise.
Oh no, I need a new drink.
2 years pointlessly in the United States Senate preparing to run.
Okay, folks, do I chair stream? Do I chair stream or do I probably shouldn't chair stream, huh? Okay, folks. Give me just a second. Okay. Wait. I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Whoa. Where did they go? Where did they go? Hold on. I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Okay. I had drinks in the freezer. I had drinks in the freezer that were in glass bottles, and now those glass bottles have exploded, so I'm gonna have to clean up after the stream. So that's not good. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Okay. Cat Tucker chat. Cat Tucker chat. Lava lamp. How does this all make sense? True. Everyone laugh. Everyone laugh right now. Thanks, everyone. Okay, let's get back into it. Whoosh.
For president in 2008, and of course, in the end, he won. But the question was, who was this man?
That was
Where
you
does he
laughing.
come
Thank
from?
you,
What did he
Mia.
spend
I appreciate the
his life
support.
doing before he became president of the United States? Well, the news media, whose job it is to answer those questions, spent the entire 2008 campaign trying to keep you from knowing the answers. By election day, most Americans knew only one thing about Barack Obama, other than he was handsome and a good communicator. Hope.
Oh, wow. Who's the gay one now, Tucker?
And change. But they knew nothing about him, his origins, what he believed, and legitimate questions about those facts were turned away.
That's not true. Obama was like a fucking politician before that, and he worked in a university or something before. Like he was very known. Obama was super hot back in the day. You saying Obama's not hot now?
as they often are, with the claim, "That's a conspiracy theory, you're crazy, shut up!"
I mean, people said that about like calling Obama a demon, or like calling Michelle Obama like a trans woman.
One of the most interesting moments in the 2008 campaign occurred when a man, like Obama himself, came from out of nowhere to recount his experiences with Barack Obama, the man. His name was Larry Sinclair, and he told an amazing story. He said that in 1999, he had encountered
This is an amazing story. You hung out at a club and you did drugs and you had sex. This is incredible. Wow. Wow, this is fantastic.
Barack Obama in Illinois, had sex with Barack Obama, and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went on to make these claims publicly at the National
Tucker Carlson, somebody who's definitely never done coke with someone and then fucked them.
Press Club in Washington to sign a sworn affidavit and to take a lie detector test. But he was dismissed. In fact, he was attacked. Obama shills like Ben Smith of Politico batted the claims out without refuting them. They're absurd. And the rest of
I love the comment section of Michelle Obama transvestigation posts. Just genuinely saying Michael Obama without a shred of irony. Literally like Mike Obama. It's like, shut the fuck up. Fucking Minecraft yourself.
the media followed suit. But the claims weren't absurd. We're not claiming they're true, but they were certainly credible. This was a first-hand account of Barack Obama's behavior by someone who was willing to sign a sworn affidavit to that effect.
Wait, he signed a thing saying he said that? That's all? That's all you have? Okay, this guy's lying then. This guy's obviously lying. He would have like an Obama cum sample or something.
So the question is, whatever happened to Larry Sinclair? What's his life been like since? That's an interesting story. It turns out Larry Sinclair is still alive. He lives in Mexico. But today, he's in our studio, and we're happy to have him. Larry Sinclair, thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Where did you meet Barack Obama?
It was by accident. I was in the Chicago area in '99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
This is going to be really boring for a bit, isn't
Basically
it?
my godson.
Okay.
I had hired a limousine service.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No. I was actually living in Colorado. I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So had
You
hired
guys
a
don't mind
limousine
if I speed it up, right? Like, this is a 40-minute interview.
service, had made the driver aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me, Chicago. And he said he did. So
who was the driver?
His name was Jameer Multani. It was with 5-star limo.
Dude, he's like just going to dox everybody? Wait, how does he know the driver's name from 1998?
You're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually.
Yeah,
that's what you're really saying.
Yeah. Well, I was in town for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to party. And
did you make that clear to the driver?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There was no misunderstanding.
How direct were you about that?
Extremely.
Extremely. Okay.
Yeah. There was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked.
I'm Tucker facing right now. I can't help it. This is I don't know. This shit pisses me off so much. This is. I feel like everything we're gonna see is just gonna confirm this guy's fucking bullshitting.
Picked me up at my hotel in Gurnee and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It was literally that casual.
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Did the driver know him?
Yep. The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later, dealing with a reporter from Bloomberg News, that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco.
Oh.
It's so funny. It's funny seeing Tucker act like he doesn't want to behead this guy for being gay. Yeah. I mean, these people will tolerate anybody as long as they, like, benefit them, right? They're, like, just evil. That's, like, all the politics they have. So... Oh, man. It's so depressing. Also, I want to note this has 160,000 likes, which is fun.
Time was somehow affiliated
was
with
in
Barack
Obama's
Obama.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama liked the same kind of partying you were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So sex and drugs, in other words.
Well, the sex part I wasn't so sure about until, of course.
I mean, again, this is like another Hunter Biden-esque situation. It's like, oh no, this guy did drugs and fucked someone. It's like, oh, They did what like everyone was doing in the 90s. Like, what do you think like most adults were doing when they went out? You know, they were taking drugs and they were having sex. I mean, like that's like. Also, if you look at like the rates of like people having casual sex and stuff, it was just a lot higher than it is now, and it's like, it's not that abnormal, you know.
You know, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The coke.
It's like, oh no, Obama gets laid, guys. Watch out, Obama, he gets laid, and he likes to party. No. Fucking terrifying.
Part I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So you pull, and I apologize. So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Okay. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
I'm spooked as well. This is really
yes,
spooky.
what kind of bar was it? I'm trying to remember. I've been trying to remember the name. I know that the glasses had 3 X's on them because I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
But I mean, generally characterize it. Was it? It was
up,
bar,
no, it
gay
was
bar, strip
upscale.
bar?
It was upscale, quiet. Wasn't really that really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to.
This is so boring. I don't know if it's just me or the weed or the ADD, but like this is so boring. He's just gonna be like, yeah, we just like hung out and had fun. Let's skip ahead and see if we can get some more juicy bits.
And you don't just sit there and let it happen. Yeah. So it definitely wasn't Barack's first time. That much I'm absolutely certain of.
Wow. Okay. And he fucked good. Oh no.
And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
So so you performed oral sex on Barack.
I did.
Oh,
you did.
Oh, Obama fucks.
In the driver's up front.
Yep.
And he's cool with this.
The driver has the partition up. He didn't have a problem with it. He didn't put it down for any reason.
I mean, he kind of set up the whole thing for this in the first place.
Exactly. And I have a funny feeling he had no bones to pick with it as far as what took place in it.
Yeah. So what happened after?
Afterwards, I actually went back to my hotel. I had specifically asked that he drop Barack off first, but for some reason he and Barack chose that they would drop me off at the hotel first and then he would take Barack. So Barack actually made the drive out to Gurney, which is a suburb.
You tell me Obama had sex not just once, but multiple times? Oh, no. Obama fucks and he fucks a lot?
Outside of Chicago.
Sorry, that's my scared sound. Okay, don't interpret that as anything else.
To the hotel for me to be dropped off.
I wasn't like trying to reach out to him or something.
What hotel was it?
It was the Comfort Inn in Gurney.
Ooh, that sounds depressing.
Well, you have to remember it was 99.
What? The Comfort Inn sounds depressing? What? That sounds nice.
Yeah. No,
and it was close to the Great Lakes Naval facilities.
Yeah.
But I got dropped off. They left. The next day was somewhat interesting because he ends up showing up at my hotel room, which I thought was.
You're back. What's the topic? We're looking at the interview with Tucker and the guy who's accusing Obama of having gay sex with him and doing cocaine with him. And he's like talking about how like it clearly wasn't Obama's like first time and he's clearly gonna fuck some more, and it's and Tucker the whole time is like, oh, you're really right. And he did gay things, yes, and you had sex, yes, and he's like being very weird about it. It's fun. It's super cool. It's really cool.
Weird, but
he wanted some more.
Mm-hmm.
Obama is based, yeah.
He showed up. I mean, I had no warning. I was in the room. There's a knock on the door. I opened the door, and he's standing there. And he's standing there with more coke, and he comes in, and it was just like a quick,
Okay, Obama sounds awesome. What the hell? This is my president. Can we break the 2 terms rule?
Rehash or rerun from the night before.
Exact same program.
Exact same program.
Was he smoking again?
Yep.
So Barack Obama smokes crack, and then you perform oral sex on him.
And
Okay, Obama's a baller.
Like I said, the only reason I had come out about it is I had reached out to the campaign even in 2007. Only because I saw all these kids getting excited about it.
Okay, wait, so...
Whereas P-word? Yeah.
How did that end? Like,
same way. So you get off, you finish smoking.
We broke the 2 terms rule for Roosevelt. Let's break it again. Okay, I mean, I think we have to. I mean, look at this.
You leave.
Like, thanks, bye?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. What did you think of him?
I thought he was interesting. I thought he was definitely a con. But
what do you mean by that?
Well, in my life at that point, you made it clear I'd already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So you know when people are doing things because they actually really enjoy it, or they're sincere, or they're looking, for a connection, or they're doing something because they're looking for an in, or they're looking for a hook, or.
Wow, you're telling me that not everybody going out and partying and having gay sex was doing it with like full heart behind it? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? You're trying to morally indict a guy for like not like fucking you the way you wanted to be fucked? Like, come on.
It's a game. Yeah. So for me, I felt that it was a game for him. It was like, okay, what am I going to get out of it? Or is there something I can get out of it other
You're gonna nut.
than just, the sexual part?
Right.
I mean, that's kind of the point though, isn't it?
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago anytime soon, so it really didn't matter.
So you were left with a bad taste in your mouth?
Something, yeah. Yeah.
Did you talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea? Even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was?
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004, and he walked on that stage.
In Boston?
In the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was...
Wait, so you're what?
That would be kind of insane. Somebody you had gay sex with and you like... you see them at the fucking... You see them at the fucking Democratic convention. Tucker's trying so hard to not call him the F word. He is. He really wants to.
Mexico.
I was
And the guy that smoked crack in your Comfort Inn with you.
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
That's kind of a weird reaction. I mean, I guess it would be kind of absurd.
How? I don't
Me watching my boyfriend become president, he never told me about it. True.
forget people I've met. I don't forget people I have spent time with. I just don't.
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name. When you
Yes.
Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
And so did the...
Doesn't he go by Barry to people? Like to his the people he's close with? I feel if I were trying to get gay sex, I would be calling myself Barry.
driver. And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him, other than the fact that, hey, you hook up, today it's Grindr. Back then it was,
The limo driver.
Yeah. A limo driver or a bartender, You ask.
So what's so evil about it then?
And somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing, amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this, and you think, that's the guy I had sex with who smoked crack with me.
Yep.
And what do you think?
Like I said, I just started cracking up. I freaked out. I had even pointed out to some friends of mine that were at the house that night, and I told them, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I blew this guy twice.
Why would you be telling people I don't know. I mean, I guess I would be telling people as well, but it's not like an indictment of them. Oh my god, bi people exist. Yeah, that as well. I mean, it's just who gives a fuck?
And they just start cracking up. But that's the thing about me. I've never been in the closet. I've never hid. I mean, I'm always very direct and blunt.
Yeah. Really? You tell me people can tell this guy's gay?
And, and I'm just like, this is unreal, and I had no idea that he was going to
This guy comes out by speaking.
run, in 2008, but I was back from Mexico, but it was a strange feeling sitting there watching him walk across that stage and realizing who he was.
Huh. So what did you do? You said you reached out to the campaign?
Well, I didn't do anything in 2004, but when he announced his run for 2008, I did reach out to the campaign in late 2007 because I had seen a lot of these college kids talking about how thrilled they were, how there was a candidate who was completely honest about his entire life, his drug use, what he did when he was in school, the constant back and forth. 1 minute is, yes, I did cocaine when I was younger, or no, I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed. So I just simply pointed out that all I was asking was, look, why don't you just simply come out and say, I did coke and I've done it as recently as 1999.
Because why would he? Why would he say that? He's a fucking black guy trying to get nominated to be president. Of course he's not gonna fucking do that. Just argued with someone on Twitter, they would potentially say, yeah, blocked him, based. Yeah, just block people like that. If people are clearly not gonna listen to you and you're clearly not gonna be able to get through to them, and you can't make any good overarching point by making fun of them or ratioing them or something, just ditch it, Most of the time it just ends up looking kind of pathetic if you argue with stupid people without stopping, and I've learned that the hard way, I feel so just don't bother.
Just tell the truth. Put it out there and be honest and let it stay as the truth rather than this back and forth. Never did hear anything back from them immediately.
Who did you reach out to? Do you remember?
I reached out to actually David Axelrod's office in Chicago. I'm trying to remember the letters because it was actually 3 letters.
And did you say, I had sex with Barack Obama?
This is the interesting part. My first contact with the campaign never mentioned the sex whatsoever. That was actually brought to my attention by someone who eventually reached out to me in late 2007, claiming to be with the campaign, but wasn't with the campaign.
What do you mean that was pointed out to you? So you never told anyone in the Obama campaign you had sex with Barack Obama?
Not in 2007, no.
Interesting. But they knew?
Yep.
How? Who? Well, that's weird.
I'm assuming Barack himself, because the phone calls that I got in late 2007 came from a gentleman that I have repeatedly identified as Donald Young.
What? This is incoherent. This story makes no sense. He contacted the Obama administration to say that he did coke with them. And Obama told everyone that he also had gay sex with him? I don't believe that.
And it was Donald Young who had mentioned to me that the campaign was not going to acknowledge the sex and the drug interaction. And
yeah, obviously. Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, why don't you just tell everybody every single thing you did in your past that could make them, like, dislike you? Why not just say every single thing you've ever done that might be perceived as bad?
I was somewhat taken back because
I had sex with Obama, give me a cabinet position, true.
Like I said, I had never mentioned the sex to
That's how
the
you get
campaign
it.
at all at that point. I had in 2008, but I had not in 2000.
Okay, that is amazing. And I want to get to who Donald Young was in just a minute, but I apologize for being a bad interviewer, but let me just ask the obvious question, which, what was Obama like on crack?
Actually, and I hate to say this because some people are going to think I'm really crazy. I knew a lot of people that smoked it because I was in Miami in the early 80s when it became quite popular. Similar to a friend of mine that I knew in Miami, gets extremely high, calm, almost euphoric. And then as it starts to come down, you know, the twitching and the looking, anything that looks white that's sitting on the seat or the floor, you assume is another piece that fell off that, you know, you can pick up and smoke.
So me.
But,
yeah. Abusing drugs, max coded.
While he was high, pretty much the same.
Pretty controlled.
Damn, that's so fucking funny. Tucker was expecting like some crazy reaction, but Obama was just chilling. That's awesome. See, this just makes me like Obama, okay? Like, this makes me just want to hang out and smoke crack with Obama, alright? If I'm gonna do it, I'd do it with Obama.
It's pretty controlled, euphoric, talkative, but not really saying anything.
So it was like his presidency.
A lot like it.
You told me a person on crack is going to be talkative, but without saying anything?
Was it your impression, and of course...
No way.
Strictly speaking, no, but was it your impression...
Please don't smoke crack?
...that this was the first time you'd ever smoked crack?
No.
I'll avoid it, don't worry.
No. You don't... First of all, you don't buy crack.
I won't talk about what drugs I like too much.
Get in a limo and have a pipe in your pocket if it's the first time you smoke crack.
Yeah.
You just don't.
That makes sense. So, I read about your story to the extent
He's so disappointed.
But I'd never read that Donald Young, this man Donald Young, called you and told you that he knew you'd had sex with Barack Obama.
That was the contact in late 2007 that I had that originally came under the guise that...
Tucker wishes it was him. True. He would love that.
They were part of the Obama campaign.
So who was Donald Young?
Donald Young was a choir director and a school teacher. He was a choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago, the same church that Barack Obama went to. He was also a very openly gay black man.
Wait, did Obama like confess to him or something?
But very well respected.
Did you know him?
I had never met him. I had not even realized that the person who was communicating with me had been killed until a good 2 months after.
So,
wait, what? Wait. Donald Young was...
I'm going to get to that. So Donald Young is the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church.
Yes.
And is it publicly confirmed that he knew Barack Obama?
Oh, yes. Yes. Donald Young's own mother has repeatedly said that she feels that her son died to protect Barack Obama.
It's just interesting that Donald Young would have called you. He's not working directly for the campaign that we know of.
Exactly.
But somehow he has a copy of your letter. It sounds like maybe Donald Young was on cleanup duty.
Somehow he has my phone number. Exactly. And that's exactly what it was. Because like I said, the first calls were, I was led to believe that he was with the campaign. The last conversation that I'd had with Donald Young, he had actually come clean and said that he had been asked to call me and that his job was to get as much information from me as far as who I had spoken to, who I had given any information to.
I feel like this is a lie. I feel like either this is a lie or he was lied to by somebody.
And to get to them, he had told me to be careful, to watch myself, and to understand that the Barack Obama campaign was not in any way, shape, or form going to acknowledge anything or come out about anything. And he had made it clear that he had known Barack
Obama? Yes. Yes, this is what we're talking about.
for quite some time and had had an intimate relationship with Barack for quite some time.
He told you that?
Yep. And that's when I knew that I could at least...
Wait, he's saying everyone's been gay with Barack. But he's kind of... I can't lie, I don't know. This just makes me find Barack, like, relatable. not like relatable, but you know. It's just, you know.
Trust what I was being told. Originally, I had made it clear I didn't feel comfortable with the phone call because something just didn't seem right. But after a couple of calls, it started to all fall into place. And I had said the same thing to myself.
Wait, so you didn't know Donald Young existed?
Nope.
It
sounds like you're not very political.
True.
You weren't.
I wasn't at the time.
And you were just annoyed that Obama was talking about cocaine and lying about it.
I was extremely annoyed.
He wasn't lying about it. He just left out a bit that could have lost him the presidency.
But the sex part had nothing to do with it.
No.
Admitting that he did coke is fucking, like, a really, like, impressive step, though. Like, that's pretty fucking ballsy.
No.
I assume he probably had to, but that is a very good optical move.
And Donald Young, who you don't know, never heard of, calls up and says, by the way, I know you had sex with Barack Obama. I did too.
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, this is a longer conversation which we can have in a minute, but I mean, Obama has a wife and kids, and he's...
Let's fact check that. Donald Young. Because I don't feel like that's probably true, right? Obama sex. Donald Young, Obama sex. Okay. We have a Guardian article about this. But I tell you what, let's finish the interview itself and then we'll read through the Guardian article. All right? What a thing to have in your search history, yeah. But yeah, no, we'll finish the interview, then we'll look at the Guardian article, which kind of goes through it. There we are, and takes it apart. But let's do this first.
Telling America what a great family man he is that, maybe you've seen this a lot, what do you think of that?
Well, you know, in 2008, I made it clear that Obama was having marital problems in '99, and everybody in the world said that I was crazy, didn't know what I was talking about. And yet, what was it, 6 months ago, Barack Obama...
Dude, who gives a fuck? People have marital problems sometimes. This guy just seems like a fucking asshole. It's just like Obama put his dick in the wrong guy. Take care, Mia. Bye-bye. Who gives a fuck?
Comes out and tells the world that...
Thank you.
Exactly what I said was the
Appreciate
truth.
it.
In 1999, he and Michelle came very close to divorce. Really. 15 years later, what I say is the truth, but 15 years earlier, I'm a liar and a fraud. It's interesting how things eventually come out. But yes, believe me, I've known guys that were completely happily married that will screw around with another man on a weekly basis and think nothing of it.
Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like, what is this?
No, my feeling that
If it
Barack
is
Obama
true,
is probably...
it is demonic to out him. Yeah, it's really fucked up. And to be like, you're a bad person for not, like, publicly coming out. Especially when you have a wife, which is like... It's kind of uncomfortable to, like... to if you're in, like, a fucking committed situation which you're meant to stay in, to then be like... Yes, but also I do feel attraction to other people. Not exclusively just my wife. Also, I'm attracted to men sometimes. Like, that feels weird to say, you know? I feel weird reaffirming my bisexuality if I'm dating someone who's like a woman. It must be super uncomfortable to come out as bi when you have a wife. Yeah.
He's definitely bi. I think there is a lot of transactional qualities to him, because I think whatever he does...
Imagine him being outed as the president of the United States. I think people know he's that. Don't worry.
Is looking for a hook or looking for a benefit.
I'm messing. But yeah. Yeah, no, that is like an especially fucked up time to do it.
Yeah. That's consistent with his public persona too, I would say. So Donald Young calls you, you sounds like you kind of like and trust Donald Young.
I did.
Did he say how long he'd had a relationship with?
He had just said that they had been intimate for years.
Intimate for years. And what happened to Donald Young?
Donald Young was shot dead in his apartment, second floor in Chicago, Illinois. I think it was December 23rd of 2007. According to the police report and the death certificate, multiple gunshot wounds, close range, no forced entry, second floor apartment, yet not a single resident in the building heard a single shot, but yet they can hear every shot that's fired in the street outside.
I think this is probably a lie. We'll see.
Jeremiah Wright announces that Donald Young's dead earlier that morning, even before it was announced.
People are very insecure about black people cheating. It's like a very sad stereotype that exists.
Even before he was declared dead. I mean, a lot of it just didn't make sense.
This is all public, and you can look this up, and it's still on the internet. Tell us about Donald Young's mother.
Norma Jean Young actually is a former Chicago Police Department employee.
Really?
Really. She has worked for the Chicago PD. I had spoken with his sister Lorraine shortly after I realized that he was the gentleman that I had been speaking with. There were people at the time that were attempting to have Lorraine and other members of Donald's family file criminal complaints against me with Chicago because they wanted me arrested. They were trying to get the family to say that I was trying to con them or something. To my knowledge, they never did any such thing. But at the same time, I continue to respect Lorraine and the rest of the family. But Mrs. Young had...
Oh yeah, this guy really respects people.
...finally come out and told David Nelson, who was a reporter that I knew out of Minnesota, that she was convinced that Donald had been killed, that his death was to protect his friend Obama.
Okay. Let's skip ahead a bit and see if there's anything interesting. 'Cause I'm kind of bored. So let's see. Does he get to anywhere else apart from I had sex with Obama and he was clearly good at it or something? I mean, also saying this guy got killed is interesting. But I think the article we're gonna look at will probably talk about that. Uh-oh, is this gonna load? Oh no. Wait, are we still live? Are we still here? We're still here, right? Does this just not want to load? We are. Pog. Okay, thank God. Okay. Alright. I think Twitter's just broken. Let's just go ahead and have a look at that article, actually. So let me make this go small so we can pull it out properly. There we are. Okay. There we are. Okay. Perfect. We got it. Here we are. So here's an article. Let me close this window. Even for Tucker Carlson. I'm so gay. Fucking, I think it's more autistic than gay. But kill you. No, Minecraft. Even for Tucker Carlson, his supposed Obama sex expose was ridiculous. Wow, okay, thank you. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This time last year, Tucker Carlson had a primetime spot on Fox News where his hate-heavy, fact-light sputtering drew an audience of over 4 million. Then in April, he was summarily fired. Fox didn't explicitly say why. Wants cock of the walk? Great way of referring to him. A humiliated Tucker Carlson revived his show on Twitter. Okay. Okay, really outdid himself this week. Clearly desperate for ratings, he interviewed a man named Larry Sinclair who claims he took drugs and had sex with Barack Obama while the young politician was working for the Illinois government just before his meteoric rise. According to Sinclair, he wasn't the only man to have had drug-fueled dalliances with Obama, but no one else is around to speak up about it because they were all murdered by Obama's campaign. Wow. Okay, so he keeps on making that claim then, huh? Oh, Sinclair, who has a substantial criminal record. Okay. Let's have a look. Obama accused has a long rap sheet. Ooh. I mean, look, I don't want to give criminals shit, but let's see. addressing the Pueblo County theft charges, Sinclair swore in a 2004 affidavit that his alleged victim seeks to use defendant as scapegoat for her husband's and brother's problems with Mexican drug dealers. Okay, that doesn't sound very good. He was first arrested on a larceny charge. I'm so confused. I am too, don't worry. He was first arrested on a larceny charge in 1981 in Denver, according to his Colorado arrest record, as filed in a... What's larceny again? Wait, let's look up what larceny is. I forgot what it is. Larceny, theft of personal property. Ah, he did theft. And he's giving Obama shit for having gay sex? Like, come on. You love larceny? Yeah, big larceny heads over here. This just seems like it's just like one thing. I don't really see that much more. I don't feel like there's maybe I missed it, but I don't feel like there's a substantial criminal record there. And seems to specialize in cons, has been making these claims for 15 years now. Want to do larceny with me? Maybe. We'll see. Nobody's ever been able to verify them, and one imagines many news outlets have deployed considerable resources attempting to do so. Despite the fact that Sinclair claims Obama was running all around Chicago doing crack and powder cocaine, making stops at the Comfort Inn to do oral sex, no one else seems to know anything about it. Which is strange because at the time all this took place, Obama had a public profile as an Illinois politician. Wait, I didn't fucking realize this was in fucking Illinois, where he was being a fucking politician. What the fuck? Wait, and then you're gonna... Really? Okay. And then you act like you didn't know who Obama was? Interesting. These claims are either unverifiable because all the witnesses have been murdered, or because the whole thing is complete nonsense. I've got a sneaking suspicion it's the latter. Well, I want to know about the so-called murders, though. Do they... I don't know if they go into that. What? About racist dog? Oh, racist dog whistles. The segment was full of racist dog whistles. At one point, for example, Carlson claimed nobody could pronounce Obama's name despite it being really easy to pronounce. That's funny. And barely veiled homophobia, yeah. That was like disturbingly straightforward. Okay. Alright, yeah. Well, this is fun, depressing, sad. Alright. Oh! Holy shit, I'm tired. Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap up now. We've been going for what, like 4 hours now? 4 hours! 4 hours, that's a good stream length. I think that's solid. I've got back pain, so I need to like go and do stretches or something. But yeah, this was pretty good. This went pretty well, I believe. What am I looking for? I am looking for this. There we are. Woo! Another one down. We did it. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay, alright. Okay. You can stop now. They're all gone. Oh, holy shit. Oh. You're gonna get back to listening to music and playing Hitman 3? At least, yeah. No, you go ahead. You take care of yourself, no worries. It's nice having you. Thank you very much for dropping by. Can you drink the lava lamp now? Yeah, come and give it a shot. I thought it was broken because when I first turned it on, it wasn't like lava lamping and it was all gross. But then I guess it has to like warm up. I don't know what's going on. You'll stay till the end? Okay, chill. But yeah, this was fun. This was a good stream. I've been very tired lately and I haven't really had the kind of the motivation. Oh god. Oh no. The motivation to stream. Yeah, it's been frustrating, but this has been very satisfying. So I think I'll have be rejuvenated in my energy now. You looked at what was inside and it said a bunch of words you didn't understand? Oh god. I would look into them. I'm so tired now. I'm so tired. 4 hours is a fucking while. Shockingly. Not the M word? What? Wait, what was the M word? I forgot. But yeah. Motivation. Oh yeah. Spooky. Spooky. We're gonna find the Max Black voice to clip because funny, and we also have the live Max reaction meme. Oh no. Yeah, spooky. I need to get somebody to cut my shit into segments so I can upload them as YouTube videos and post them places. Because that would probably be much better, right? But yeah, I'll do that. I'll get around to it. Okay, alright folks. Thank you for dropping by. It's nice having you. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you next time. Next stream probably sometime this weekend. I don't know yet. It depends on my work schedule. I'll see. I'll let you know. I'll tweet about it. It's coming up though. I will not be slacking. I want to do this and it's fun and I'm gonna keep going for it. I'm not gonna be a bitch about it. Okay? So take care everybody. I appreciate you, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna come.